Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Board Bylaw and Policy Review Committee meeting for January 21st. It is 7 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We'd like to start with the opening prayer, please. I'll ask on Trustee Paul D'Amato Giovinazzi to do that. Thank you. And ask everybody to stand, please, as well.
Can I please ask you to do the sign of our faith in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit? Amen. Dear God, thank you for making all things new. Thank you for all that you've allowed into our lives as we begin this new year. Thank you for the good, along with the challenging times, to help remind us how much we need you. We rely on your presence, filling us every single day. We pray for your Spirit to lead us each step of this new year. We ask that you guide our decisions and turn our hearts into deeply desire you above all else. We ask that you open doors needing to be opened and close the ones needing to be shut tight. We ask for help to pursue you first above every dream and desire you've put within our hearts. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I'll ask everybody to please remain standing for the land acknowledgement. Trustee Daryl D'Souza, please.
The land is beautiful, powerful, and silent. A witness to the beauty of creation. The land itself, the sky, the water, the plants, the animals, and us, the people. The land is also a calling to be mindful that we live together and that we do so with care and respect for all, interconnected and interdependent. We are stewards of resources, including our personal resources, and build on them to enrich our lives and those of others. In its silence, the land is also a quiet reminder of past glories and injustices. We don't ignore either. We celebrate the glories and we reflect on the injustices so as to learn from them and not to repeat them. Our land acknowledgement today is a call to action, to move away from doing harm and working as a worldwide community on Turtle Island. We are each encouraged to make a personal commitment on this day, in this moment, for today and always. As always, we thank the Mississauga of the Credits, our treaty partners, who have been stewards of this land for generations. Together, we commit to beauty and peace and to fight injustice and actively, passionately, resolutely create a future with hope. Thank you.
Thank you. If please sit down, please. Thank you. Trustees will have a taupe sheet in front of them. On the taupe sheets, we have a number of delegations that are found in the back. Our policy mentions that only 5 delegates can be heard per meeting. I'd like to know if anybody would like to put forward a motion to suspend the policy for this meeting. Trustee Bria Corbett, go ahead.
I'll move that.
What would you like to move?
To suspend the motion to allow all of the delegates to speak this evening.
So the bylaw, sorry. The bylaw?
I suspend bylaw, yes.
Thank you. Does anybody have any comments, questions? Call the vote then. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Okay, so can I have an approval of the agenda? Trustee Thomas, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Any declarations of interest this evening? Seeing none. A7, approval of the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee minutes of October 15th, 2024. Can I have somebody move that, please? Moved by Trustee Daryl D'Souza. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Madam Director.
Through the chair, good evening. We are on section B, which is the proposed terms of reference for 2025, and these can be found on page 10 of your agenda. The proposed terms of reference for the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee are presented annually at the first meeting of the committee, which is this evening, following the organizational meeting of the Board of Trustees. The board proposed terms of reference are presented for consideration and approval below.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion there that the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee proposed terms of reference 2025 be approved and adopted. Can I somebody move that, please? Moved by Trustee Paolo D'Amato Giovinazzi. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Are there any awards and presentations this evening?
Through the chair, no.
Thank you very much. On to item or section D, delegations regarding the flag protocol. I'd like to ask that all 20 delegates please stand, if you can, please. I'm going to read some information here and just want to make sure that everybody hears at the same time. So I'd like to welcome and thank all the delegates to this evening's meeting. I will review a few points related to the rules and process related to delegations. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. This will be timed. We will signal you when there is 1 minute remaining. When you do make bring yourselves to the podium, you will see a timer in front of you, so you can keep track of your time. If you intend to use or begin to use the name, title, position of a staff member or members, or any personal or other information with respect to another person, including a member of the board or committee, or a pupil or their parent or guardian, I rule that you must address the committee of the whole in an in-camera session. Delegates can be critical of board decisions or make submissions with respect to a recommendation or decision. However, I will rule that your delegation is out of order and end the delegation if either of the following occur. 1, the information in your oral speech is significantly different from the written speech provided. And 2, your speech notes and/or other material contain, or if you begin to use the language that constitutes A, an invasion of privacy, breach of confidentiality, defamation of character, or is obscene, or B, discrimination against an individual or group of individuals based on protected grounds under the Ontario Human Rights Code. Once you have completed your presentation, trustees will be given an opportunity to ask you questions of clarification related to your presentation. I do ask that trustees please keep your questions to clarification and no comments, please. Once questions of clarification from trustees are completed, your role in the delegation will be concluded and you will be asked to leave the podium to take your seat in the gallery. At that point, trustees may choose to debate the issue and may ask questions of staff. It is important to be aware that a decision may not be made on the issue at this meeting. If there are no questions, we will proceed with the delegation. To the members that are sitting in the back in the gallery, I ask that we please be courteous and have decorum so we can listen to all the delegates and their thoughts. So I'll ask that you keep the clapping to a minimum or at the very end of all 20 delegates, please, and we be respectful of others. So to the delegates, if you understand sorry.
Mr. Chairman, just I want to make sure that everybody understands this is a 5-minute time situation. At 5 minutes plus 1 second, I will be calling. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So noted, thank you. I'd like to call the first delegate,
the
Evelyn.
chair.
Sorry, go ahead.
My
Madam Director.
apologies. Can we go back to attendance?
Oh,
In
yes.
terms of recognizing the attendance of trustees online as well?
I do apologize. So we have all trustees in attendance. Trustee Luz Del Rosario and Trustee Herman Valoria are online. Sorry about that, Madam Director. Everybody can sit now. Thank you. I'd like to call the first delegate, Evelyn Butler. So Evelyn, the timer's right there. And when it goes off,
Test, okay.
actually, Just please make sure, sorry, to all delegates, including the delegates in front of us, please make sure you speak into the microphone directly for our trustees online to hear you.
Okay, testing.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Great. Good evening, trustees and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Evelyn Butler. I'm here speaking on behalf of Rainbow Saga Alliance. As a member of the board and a fierce longtime ally of the 2SL LGBTQI community. The speech I'm about to give is a culmination of weeks of work and input and feedback from many different voices. Rainbow Saga strives to create a welcoming and engaging community. We support our 2SL LGBTQI friends, family, colleagues, and neighbors within the city of Mississauga and tonight here at the DPCDSB. Cause is personal to me. I have a family member who identifies as 2SL LGBTQI. They encouraged me to take up the challenge of speaking here tonight with a message of hope for the members of this community. I speak here tonight for all those who live in fear of making their voices heard. I speak out for those who may feel apprehensive about addressing an institution where they have felt unsafe for far, far too long. I'm here tonight to request that you raise the rainbow flag for the month of June and annually during Pride Month outside this board office, and to allow those flags to remain displayed inside the schools throughout the year, as you have done so in previous years, up until a recent policy change by this Board of Trustees in 2024. Quote Bob Dylan for a moment. Times they are a-changin'. Seriously though, under Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Ontario's Human Rights Code, all students, family members, and staff in our schools have the right to equality and to freedom from discrimination, including discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, and sexual expression. As a Catholic school board, you have an obligation to respect and protect the rights of all those who are entrusted into your care. School boards must take special care to create safe and welcoming environments that are inclusive of all those that belong to charter protected groups and minority groups. Raising the rainbow flag indicates your commitment as a Catholic school board to protecting those aforementioned rights. Are you aware? Youth who identify as members of this community are among the most vulnerable and most at risk of harm. They experience bullying and mental health challenges. Research studies cited by Health Canada indicate that our 2SL LGBTQI youth are 5 times more likely to consider suicide and 7 times more likely to attempt suicide. They choose this tragic path. Why? Because they lose hope of ever being treated as equals. The learning journey in an academic setting is about discovering your identity and who you are. Many studies have shown that feeling seen, acknowledged, supported, and accepted leads to better mental health and stronger academic performance. Before coming here today, I did my homework. I watched the previous meetings that were convened here, and I was frustrated and shocked at what I heard. The members of this community who are your students, your families, and your staff were equally negatively impacted by the rash decisions made here to no longer raise the rainbow flag. Fight is not about indoctrination or about ideology. It indicates a choice, that you choose compassion and care over the alternative of hate and fear of the unknown. Being committed to raising the flag means giving hope to those who feel forgotten, unloved, and alone. This policy is a crucial step forward to reconciliation and change on a community level. You are telling all your students that the bullying and the harassment that they are exposed to is justified in the name of parental rights and a lack of understanding and empathy. It perpetuates a cycle of heartbreak and a loss of community and family bonds. We owe it to all those members of the 2SL LGBTQI community to become successful, confident, and respected members of their chosen schools. The future of this board's relationship with the community must be focused on constructive communication. This backward policy has caused toxic divisions in the name of religion. It's time that we come together to learn and celebrate all of our differences. Our former Mayor Crombie stated back in 2023, beginning of quote, "As a society, we must always look forward and never behind in the fight for equality," end of quote. The fight for equality isn't just our fight. It should be your fight too. You are one of the largest school boards here in Ontario. You are leaders who serve 73,000 students across 151 schools. We are all loved as children of God. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Now open up to trustees to ask questions of clarity to the delegates, and clarity only, please. Any questions? Go ahead, please, trustee Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you. Thank you, Evelyn, for your delegation this evening. Why was it important for Rainbow Saga to delegate tonight on this policy?
Well, I came here tonight because I believe in what the RSA stands for. We are a fairly small group so far and had only recently formed prior to COVID. But we did see that there was a need for more, a network and a support system for those who don't feel like they're fairly and accurately, seen in society. So we want to be here to show those people that we're going to be standing by them, especially whether it's their school system or the parents or, just everything in general fails them in terms of understanding that, we need to move forward and not kind of stay stuck in this spot where we can't learn to speak to each other properly and to accept that, there is going to be a level of change, even within religious faiths and groups where you can still have your faith, but it needs to expand and be inclusive of it.
Thank you.
Trustee Paul D'Amato Giovinazzi, please.
Thank you. So my question is, have you consulted with our local bishops or cardinals before coming to the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board to deliver your statement this evening?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the delegates? Thank you very much for your delegation. Madam Director, in the interest of continuity or continuance of the meeting, should we open up to questions of staff after each delegate or at the end of all delegates?
No, through the chair, you should. Through the chair. No, it's not working at all. Hello, test.
There you go.
Through the chair, you should be asking if there's any questions after each delegate.
Thank you, Madam Director. Are there any questions of trustees to staff? Go ahead, Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to staff. The delegate made reference to the Ontario Human Rights Code in their speech. And my question is, given the fact that gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation are protected grounds under the OHRC, is the board at all susceptible to human rights complaints by not raising the flag?
Through the chair, it's our responsibility as practicing Catholics to safeguard the dignity of each person. Our practices and policies are in compliance.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we move on to the second delegates. I call on Dominique Darmanin Sturgeon, please. Thank you for coming out for delegates. As mentioned, your timer's there. Please proceed when you're ready.
Good evening. Good evening, trustees, school board administrators, student trustees, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all this evening. My name is Dominique Darmanin Sturgeon. I am a parent that has raised 2 young adults, both of whom have graduated, one as recently as this past spring, from the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board. Over the past 16 years, I have been a parent volunteer. I have served as a Catholic school council chair for multiple years at the 4 different schools that my children attended. I was a Brampton West Elementary and Secondary representative on the Central Committee for Catholic School Councils, and most recently, I served 3 years as the chair of the Central Committee for Catholic School Councils. I am an active member of Guardian Angels Parish, where I am a lector that proclaims the Word of God during Mass. Lastly, I am a registered social worker working in a hospital setting with children and youth who have experienced a mental health crisis. This evening, I address you as someone who is deeply committed to the Catholic values of inclusion, love, and respect for all members of our community, which is why I support our board raising the rainbow flag right here at the Catholic Education Center. As a Catholic institution, we are called to see the dignity and worth of every individual, for all are created in the image of God. The Catholic Church reminds us that two LGBTQ+ individuals must be accepted with respect and compassion and sensitivity. Raising the rainbow flag embodies these values. It sends a clear and tangible message of welcome to two LGBTQ+ students, staff, and families, affirming their belonging within our Catholic school community. For many two LGBTQ+ students, schools can feel isolating or unsafe due to stigma, discrimination, or bullying. Working in child and youth mental health, I am aware of how the stigma negatively impacts their mental health and places them at a high risk for suicide. However, research shows that visibility and acknowledgement of their identities significantly reduces feelings of exclusion and improves mental health outcomes. Raising the rainbow flag is not merely a symbolic act. It is a proactive step in creating safe spaces where all students can thrive, confident that they are loved and valued for who they are. Some may worry that raising the flag conflicts with church teachings. However, this action is not about endorsing lifestyles, but about demonstrating love and care for all members of the body of Christ. The flag is a universal symbol of inclusion and dignity. By raising it, we affirm our mission as a Catholic school board to serve every child entrusted to us and to honor the diversity within our community. Furthermore, this gesture aligns with our mission to foster empathy, understanding, and solidarity. It teaches all students, irrespective of their backgrounds, the importance of standing up for one another and creating a world where every person feels seen and supported. It is an active witness to Christ's commandment to love one another as I have loved you, John 13:34. Tonight, I ask this board to reflect on what message you want to send to our students and families, especially those who may be struggling to feel a sense of belonging. By raising the rainbow flag, we affirm that the Catholic Church's commitment to inclusion is not just words, but actions. Let us lead with courage and compassion, ensuring that all children feel embraced by the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board and Catholic school community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I ask the trustees if they have any questions for the delegates. Anybody else? I have trustee Paul Ivanazzi, and then I have trustee Bria Corbett. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Have you consulted with our local bishops or cardinals before coming to the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board to deliver your statement this evening?
I have not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Bria Corbett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you, Dominique, for your delegation, but also thank you for your years of commitment to Catholic education and also for your service with CSAC as well. You mentioned in your delegation that you're a registered social worker. So from your experience and the work that you do with youth and mental health crisis, can you maybe explain why visibility of the flag outside the board office, but also inside the schools all year would be important?
Certainly. Thank you for your question, Trustee Bria Corbett. Through the chair, I would like to address your question. As a social worker with experience working with youth and working with youth mental health and crisis intervention, I can speak to the profound impact that symbols of inclusion like the flag in our educational environments. So in a school environment, which is often the center of a child's, young person's social life, the absence of such symbols can exacerbate feelings of isolation and marginalization. Knowing that their school and school board affirm their identity can create a safe space where they feel seen and valued. As previously mentioned, two SLT GBTQ plus youth face higher rates of mental health challenges, including anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation compared to that of their peers. A key proactive factor is having supportive environments that explicitly affirm their identities. So while raising the rainbow flag during the month of June is significant, its presence year-round values that are integral to the school's culture and commitment to equity. Seeing the flag daily sends a message of acceptance and inclusivity, helping to reduce stigma and stress.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the delegate? Other questions of clarification? Thank you very much to the delegate. Thank you for your time. The trustees, are there any questions to staff? Go ahead, Student Trustee Rahim White.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chairman, what tangible and concrete steps is the board taking to address and combat discrimination against the 2S LGBTQIA+ community?
Through the chair, the symbol of the cross represents our Catholic faith and is a sign for acceptance, inclusion, and celebration of each person created and loved by God. I do want to turn the mic over to Superintendent Max Vecchiarino to talk about the tangible work that we do in our schools all year long to demonstrate that love of each other and the dignity of human being.
Good evening, and continuing through the chair, we provide a variety of supports for many members of many communities that are part of Dufferin Peel, specifically with regards to supporting students who identify as having 2S LGBTQIA+ identities. We do the following. We provide in-person professional development to teachers in each one of our schools who have a support group for the community. Staff lead these groups at the school level, but are able to come together and seek the advice and support of members of our equity department and members of our well-being team, as has been referenced. Well-being is an important part of supporting this community, and we work to ensure that it is intentionally included in the work that is done. We also offer, through the equity department, a series of drop-in sessions via what we call our learning table series to ensure that that staff have and feel comfortable with developing the capacity to support students. These sessions include an examination of resources that are on our equity department's SharePoint so that they go through them in very specific detail. That in turn leads me to talk about a very large number of resources available on the equity department's SharePoint, which is our repository of support documents. These include connections to our faith, connections to age-appropriate curricula, guidelines for affinity spaces for students who identify as members of the community, and many of these are created by students for both students and staff. Our goal is always to center student voice in supporting all students, those who might be at the center, those who might be at the margins. We also work in conjunction with the leads at the school level to make sure that the professional development is responsive. So as we hear new information, new desires for making changes in that professional development, we're open to it. And new as of this school year, we also have because it was felt that it was an important priority for the staff as a whole, we have a dedicated superintendency to support the Equity and Indigenous Education Department, understanding that the issues that are sometimes brought forward require the response of a member of the senior team.
Follow up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, would you say that these supports are felt by students in the feedback that we receive through our census? Meaning, is the support adequate?
So through the chair, just a quick question of clarification. You said felt?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I would say that for those students who avail themselves of the supports in schools and who are members of the affinity spaces or the clubs or whatever you might want to call them, I would have to speak anecdotally because I'm not currently working in a school, but our understanding is yes, very much. We also, though, maybe implicit in your question is the work of those groups reaching broadly enough? We do work tactfully because it's very important. We would never want to be in the position of making anyone's life uncomfortable, but we do work tactfully also to increase the membership in those groups, understanding that some people may initially at least be reticent to join. And we know that we have work to do in that area still.
A last follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Through the chair, what PDs provided to staff who aren't running these affinity groups? Is it professional development that you mentioned? Are all staff required to participate, or is it voluntary?
So I mentioned earlier that we bring together staff from every school to support the groups, run them, start them, depending, because all schools are on a continuum. So those staff have very explicit opportunities. As we do with almost all other forms of support, we make supports available for staff who are interested. It is not currently mandated that staff partake of that particular learning opportunity, but that is the way that we typically do professional development for teachers, although there have been some recent exceptions in that area. The professional development is made available often through the work of the principal. Elements of that work are mandatory. I will provide an example. Over the past 2 years, it has become mandatory for all schools to include a portion of their monthly staff meetings to the work of social justice. And we often, as a system, provide pre-populated content, if you will, and from time to time uplift the need to support the voices of various communities, and will continue to do so going forward.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next delegate. I'd like to call Belinda Russo. Good evening. Timer's there. Please start when you're ready.
Good evening, trustees, staff, and stakeholders. My name is Belinda Russo. My pronouns are she, her, and I am Catholic. I'm also a parent, a school volunteer, a Dufferin Peel graduate, and former teacher with this board. I have more than 2 decades of experience building positive relationships with students, their families, colleagues, and parishes here in Mississauga. I'm an actively engaged citizen who believes strongly in the importance of publicly funded Catholic education. I'm delegating this evening because I cannot remain idle and watch this board make decisions that are harmful to students, families, and our community. Decisions that fly in the face of our Catholic values. There are several reasons why the flag protocol policy must be amended. But firstly, the policy is harmful. I have stood from my perspective as a parent and teacher, I have witnessed this harm firsthand. I have stood in a schoolyard where the flag is not flown, and I had to listen to a queer elementary student ask me, why is there no rainbow flag at our school? What response do I give that won't further destroy this brave child's sense of self-worth? The harm is real when a grade 6 student whose parent has recently come out comes to school every day looking for clues that might signal to them that their teacher and their school community will be accepting of their new family structure. The harm is real for students who live in fear of ridicule and violence for having same-sex parents or a sibling that is trans. The harm is real for our 2S LGBTQIA+ secondary students who once saw a rainbow flag hanging in the foyer of their school be removed without explanation or even acknowledgement. When an individual fails to see themselves reflected in their school community, it is harmful. Harm happens to the people, in the system, and to the system itself. The harm is evident in student success, mental health and wellness, school climate, and attrition. When students do not feel welcome and respected in their school communities, they are inclined to move to the school board across the street where the flag is flown and where they feel seen. When Catholic schools fail to fly a pride flag, it sends a clear and powerful message. It reminds members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community that they don't belong and that their school isn't a safe place. And it signals to the rest of the community that when Dufferin Peel talks about inclusion, it doesn't mean everyone. It propagates a harmful narrative that Catholic schools are not inclusive and that not all are welcome here. My second point is that this policy is oppressive and discriminatory. The changes made to the flag policy were intended to specifically target the rainbow flag. This is a direct attack on the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. By creating limitations in the policy language that previously did not exist, we bear witness to oppression and systemic discrimination in action. This policy flies in the face of legislation, including the Education Act, the Human Rights Code, as well as the board's equity and inclusive education policy, its Catholic Code of Conduct, its overall governance, and the procedural bylaw document that requires trustees to, quote, promote a positive climate that is inclusive and accepting of all pupils, including those of any sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Trustees, you have been entrusted with the responsibility to ensure compliance with legislation and policy. The changes that you have made to the flag procedure demonstrate that you have acted hastily and in contravention of your obligation. The discriminatory nature of this policy should be enough to revoke it, but there has been pressure. There has been pressure from delegations that have weaponized our Catholic faith and prevented your ability to make informed and compliant decisions. Finally, the flag is a symbol of pride, hope, and resistance. It acknowledges that there are minority groups that have always existed, who are marginalized, maligned, and mistreated. When we fly the flag, we action our faith, to act justly, to love, to walk humbly with God. The pride flag is not a symbol diametrically opposed to Catholic values, nor does it indoctrinate identity, nor does it impair the Catholicity of the school board, or even impede on anyone's ability to practice their faith. We are taught as Catholics that everyone is deserving of God's love. These teachings are not idle words. They are powerful calls to action. The Ontario Catholic School Graduate Expectations provides trustees with a distinctive perspective from which they can critically and constructively engage contemporary culture. We hold the CGEs as a standard for our students. Do you hold them for yourselves? Trustees, you are leading the school board. Are you leading by example?
Thank you very much.
I ask that you comply with your full mandate. Act judiciously with
Thank you
courage.
very much.
Stand up for what is
Can we
right.
please,
Do
can we
what is
please
just.
mute the mic, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Are there any questions of the delegate, please, of clarification? Trustee Paul Giovinazzi, Trustee Brahim White, and then Trustee Bria Corbett. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Have you consulted with our local bishops or cardinals before coming to the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board to deliver your statement this evening?
Thank you for your question. I most definitely consulted with the Catechism of the Church, and I most definitely attempted to reach the Pope, but he's very hard to get a hold of. I also consulted with the board policy, which doesn't
Thank you.
require that.
Thank you. Should Catholic school boards be upholding the teachings of the Catholic Church?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
They
No
should
further
also be
questions.
upholding the human rights of all people, which I believe trumps everything.
No other questions? Thank you. Student Trustee Brahim White, please, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chairman. You indicated that trustees were in breach of legislation and board policies. What grounds do you have to support this allegation?
Well, thank you for the question. In the interest of time, and the fact that there's a lot of people behind me, I'm going to try to answer this as succinctly and quickly as possible by pointing to two particular board policies. As you know, board policies are informed by legislation. And so we're going to look at the Catholic Code of Conduct as the primary policy. In the preamble of the Catholic Code of Conduct, it states, in compliance with its mission, its vision, and its values, the school board is committed to providing and sustaining a safe, caring, inclusive, and healthy Catholic school community in which every student can succeed. And all school community members are expected to work together to aspire to the highest possible standards. Such behavior includes fostering a Catholic culture of respect, inclusion, equity, and the concern and well-being for all. If we look further into the Catholic Code of Conduct, it identifies the Human Rights Code as primacy. It requires the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board's policies and procedures to be interpreted and applied in a manner that is consistent with the Human Rights Code. So let's look at the code more specifically. In order for us as a community to provide a safe, caring, inclusive, and healthy environment that enables all students to engage and have student voice, all of the members in this community must, according to the board policy, and I'm only going to highlight a couple of things, respect differences in people, respect and celebrate diversity, respect and treat others fairly, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, acknowledge and support those who are marginalized. We must do this by ensuring that we do not engage in hate propaganda or other behaviors that are motivated by hate and bias. This is in our policy, folks. And I want to point to the procedural bylaw document that underscores the duties of trustees. The Board of Trustees are required to promote a positive school climate that is inclusive and accepting of everyone, including everything that's listed under the protected grounds. They are required to ensure that they promote the prevention of bullying. They have a responsibility to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of their policies. Based on the past dialogue that I have heard from the previous board meetings and the policy language changes to this particular policy, it's very clear that this group, this Board of Trustees, have acted very intentionally. They have been deliberate in their actions to remove pride flags, and consequently, they not only disenfranchise the LGBTQIA+ community, but they also disenfranchised other equity-seeking and sovereign-seeking groups. Your flag policy does not allow a Black Lives Matter flag.
Sorry,
It doesn't
excuse
allow-
me. You've answered the point of clarification. This is now
Oh.
onto something separate. Is
Just
there
wanted to
another
clarify.
question? Sorry. Are you done,
I
Trustee
am
Trustee Brahim?
satisfied with
Thank
that
you.
response.
Trustee Bria Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you, Belinda, for your delegation. You mentioned that you identify as Catholic, but you also said that the pride flag is not in opposition to our Catholic faith. Can you provide some clarification to that rationale?
Yes, I can. I certainly have heard concerns from folks who see the flag as antithetical to the Catholic teachings. And I would respond by suggesting that there is in fact space for a different reading. Queer identified students overwhelmingly ask that we fly a flag to demonstrate that we're against their victimization, acts of violence, and they feel safer when it's flown. And we know this because we have an abundance of research that tells us this. So this is what we're hearing from our Catholic students. So then as a Catholic, I ask myself, do we not have an obligation to respond in a supportive manner to these students? I also think, we could certainly lean on Pope Francis. He tells us, let us not soundproof our hearts. Let us not remain barricaded in our certainties. So often our certainties can make us closed. Let us listen to one another. We can also look to the Catechism of the Catholic Church. I've done a lot of work in that area. CCC 1932, he tells us the duty of making oneself a neighbor to others and actively serving them becomes even more urgent when it involves the disadvantaged, in whatever area that may be. This same duty extends to those who act differently from us. I'm not saying that the symbolism of the cross is not paramount, but what I am saying is that the interpretation of the symbolism of the pride flag is not discounting our Catholic values or beliefs. In fact, flying it would do the exact opposite. We would be living out our faith in action.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Any more questions from trustees or delegates for clarification? Thank you very much, Ms. Russo, for your delegation.
Thank you. Sorry about the overage.
Okay. Can I ask trustees if they have any questions to staff? Student trustee Raheem Whites, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you. Given the explanation by the delegate to my question regarding the allegation that we're in violation of policies and legislation, is it still staff's understanding that we are still immune from complaints, even if staff who are student-facing are not in compliance with the Catholic Code of Conduct?
Through the chair, I would reiterate that our policies and practices are in compliance.
Follow up, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, are the practices of all staff compliant with these policies and procedures?
Through the chair, I'm not sure what you mean by that question. All staff.
To clarify, through the chair, staff meaning teachers, is it the board's point that all teachers are compliant?
Through the chair, all staff in the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board, all trustees have an obligation to ensure compliance with the Human Rights Code, in addition to all other policies and practices. If there were a violation, there would be a course of action that would be taken to correct it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions to staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next delegation. This is a joint delegation of elected President Lori Austin, DPEU, and elected President Jessica Jacob, DPSU. Thank you very much for your delegation. As you'll see, there's the timer there is 5 minutes, and that's 5 minutes for the collective. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jessica Jacob, and I'm the acting president of the Dufferin-Peel Secondary Unit.
My name is Lori Austin, and I'm the president of the Dufferin-Peel Elementary Unit.
It saddens us to be here today to discuss this flag policy. We come as representatives of teachers in our Catholic schools.
Let us remember the core mission of Catholic education, to nurture the whole person in mind, body, and spirit, according to the teachings of Christ. Our schools are communities built on love, compassion, and the unwavering belief in the dignity of every human being. At the heart of this mission is our responsibility to create a safe, welcoming environment for all staff and students, regardless of their background, experiences, or identity. Some have concerns that flying the pride flag might signal an endorsement of ideologies that conflict with Catholic teaching. The pride flag can be understood as a symbol of safety, respect, and solidarity with the 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals, particularly students who may feel marginalized or vulnerable. The pride flag in the context of our schools is not a political symbol or a statement about moral or theological positions. Instead, it is a symbol of inclusion, safety, and solidarity with those who are often marginalized. It reflects our commitment to respect and care for every student as Christ taught us to love our neighbors unconditionally. Supporting staff and students through visible signs of acceptance does not mean abandoning our faith or compromising our core values. Instead, it reflects on the gospel's call to love unconditionally. Pope Francis reminds us God loves each of us with infinite love and wants us to embrace each other with the same love. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Pope Francis also says the church is called to be the house of the Father with doors wide open. We can reflect this spirit by making our schools places where no one feels left out. When we avoid visible signs of acceptance out of fear, we risk sending the unintended message that some people are less valued or less loved.
As a teacher at St. Joseph's Secondary School, I witnessed firsthand the fight to make gay-straight alliances a reality in our schools. I watched brave teachers and students fight for the right to exist in this publicly funded Catholic system. I also had the privilege to be a staff advisor to the GSA, a vibrant club that brought students and their allies together in a safe space to laugh, be joyful, and integrate themselves as active members of the school community. There was one day a year, though, when our numbers would dwindle, and that was the day that the yearbook photographer would come and take our picture. On that day, some students were too fearful to have their picture associated with this club. During the pandemic, I trained and worked as a crisis responder for the Kids Help Phone. I would often take calls from young people that identified as part of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Their feelings of isolation were real, and as with all callers, I conducted suicide risk assessments. When I tell you the decisions you make here today could save a life, it is not an exaggeration. The rainbow flag serves as a symbol. It tells staff and students, we see you, we care about you, and we love you, for you are created in God's own image. In November, the pride flag was removed for a classroom that served as a safe space for our students. I want you to hear in their own words how they were made to feel when the flag was taken down. I worry that if something bad happens, I won't be taken seriously. We had our safe space, but then they took our pride flag, and it felt like they were stripping us away of our identity and our dignity. They took away the one thing that made me feel less invisible. And finally, I leave you with this poem written by a student at Robert F. Hall in response to the removal of the pride flag. Guess what? We're still here. They tell us to go away. They say you don't belong. They take down our flags. They say you're evil, you're wrong. But guess what? We're still here. They make our existence political. Our very life is their debate. But that's not true because we're human and our willingness to resist they underestimate. They pretend they're all loving and accepting. Then they can hate us and call us names. So if you're supposed to be open to all, why does your pastime have to be our pain? Those who oppose us, those who want us to just go away, those who try to end our fight, those who take down our flags. But to those people, guess what? We're still here. I implore you to listen to the lived experience of our students. You were elected to serve all members of this community, and your actions today will either serve to protect the dignity of all through love and inclusivity, or to promote the antithesis of what it means to be a faithful Catholic and act as Jesus would want us to act,
Point of order.
without judgment
Point of order.
and without hate.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Ask for anybody who have any questions to the delegates of clarification. Trustee Dancy.
Thank you.
Anybody
Good
else?
evening.
Sorry, one second, please. Sorry. Anybody else? Nobody else? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Have you consulted with our local bishops or cardinals before coming to the Dufferin and Peel Catholic District School Board to deliver your statement this evening?
No.
Thank you. Do you believe the Bible is the authoritative word of God?
I believe that this school board should be inclusive to all members.
Thank you. Have a blessed evening.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any questions for the delegates? Seeing none, trustees have questions to staff. Student Trustee Raheem White, anybody else? Please go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chairman, multiple delegates mentioned throughout their delegations tonight the symbolism of the pride flag. And according to the Government of Canada website, the rainbow pride flag represents red for life, orange for healing, yellow for sunlight, green for nature, indigo for serenity, and violet for spirit. Is that also staff's understanding?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, we move on to the next delegate, Jennifer Cazabon, please. Evening, thank you for your delegation. Your timer is there. Please start when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Cazabon, and I'm an incredibly proud mom of 4, 2 that have graduated from St. Marcellinus, and 2 who are currently in grade 10. I've been heavily involved in the school community for over 18 years, many as chair of parent council, and also as family rep on CSAC, also a couple of years as a volleyball coach. Today, I am speaking as a parent and as a community member. I must be honest, I struggled writing these notes, in finding the words to express significance to me and why I asked to be a delegate, and in finding appropriate words to express why it is so very important that the board chooses to make this simple yet incredibly significant revision. I believe strongly in the relationship between home and school to ensure the best environment for our children. Children spend more waking hours at school than they do at home. So it is important a child feels safe and accepted. We all know a child that feels safe can learn. A child that feels accepted and seen can thrive. As part of a Catholic community, a child that is entrusted to our care should experience being valued, loved, respected, seen, and included. Schools have the ability to display flags of observance within their walls throughout the academic year and raised on flagpoles. And this is an important public statement that our board supports all community members, particularly marginalized groups that face struggles many of us are lucky enough to not understand. This brings me to the rainbow flag, a flag that to many states quite simply, they are loved, accepted, respected, and possibly the most important, safe. Safe, a simple word that most parents hopefully never worry about. Happy, challenged, engaged, those are descriptors I want to hear from my children after school. But safe is one no parent should ever question when it comes to schools. I hope and trust you are all familiar with the extensive research that consistently tells us what teachers, parents, and caregivers see. The simple truth is that the 2S LGBTQ+ children face more bullying, higher risk of mental health issues, and sadly, higher rates of suicide than many of our youth. As a Catholic board, and more importantly, a Catholic community, we should be helping, love, and support all of these marginalized children. I believe strongly that it takes a village to raise children, and I take my role very seriously. As a mom of 4, I've been very lucky to get to know my kids' best friends, and they are my bonus children. 2 of these young people are part of this community, and I am lucky to be their bonus mom. Their words, not mine. They trust me and come to me in ways my own children do. I won't share their full stories because they aren't mine to tell. The common background is one we are all sadly all too familiar with: bullying, mental health challenges, and sadly, family challenges. My home became theirs. They ate at my table and slept under my roof. And when they came through my doors, they heard the same message: love you, be safe. My home became their safe space where they could breathe freely, could laugh, could feel how they felt, and know they are loved and accepted without judgment. Simply just letting them be who they are. I saw firsthand the impacts of this debate on these young individuals and ongoing impact of the bullying and feelings of not being accepted or being different. I felt the difference in them and in the hugs they'd give me. Kids that have endured what they give the best hugs when they feel safe and loved. Raising the flag shows the students, the parents, the caregivers, the staff members that they are recognized and supported. As our board faces declining enrollment, on a pragmatic note, I'd like to believe that we want to do everything to ensure all prospective families feel safe and welcomed and aren't ruling us out because their children won't be safe or welcomed. Raising the flag and reinforces what our students are taught: to live the Catholic virtues of kindness and acceptance and the value of inclusion, to accept and love and be kind to their peers, to be compassionate, to be understanding, to embrace these traits and live them through their actions and the words. Reminds us all that when we have a choice, choose kind. Displaying the rainbow flag and other flags of observance without limitation shows we are aware that it is our duty to ensure the safety and well-being of all students. Flying the rainbow flag states clearly that all children are welcome and loved in the board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I ask, are there any questions of clarification from trustees to the delegate? I have Trustee Paul D'Amato Giovinazzi. Anybody else? Seeing none, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, have you consulted with our local bishops or cardinals before coming to the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board to deliver your statement here this evening?
No, but I have had many chats with my husband's uncle, who is a retired bishop, and 3 of his other uncles who are priests.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Trustee Veronica, go ahead, please.
Chairman, if you've had conversation, are you at liberty to say their perspective?
If the board is comfortable with me sharing it, his uncle, his stance was, it is not our place to judge. It is our place to show kindness, love, and acceptance. And that, in his words, God knows what is in people's hearts. And that is of the most importance.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? See none. Thank you very much for your delegation. I ask trustees, do you have any questions to staff? Any questions to staff? Seeing none, we move on to our next delegate, Michelle Coutino. Good evening. Thank you for your delegation.
Good evening.
Just make sure you speak into the mic and your, in a second there, your timer's there. So start when you're ready.
Familiar space, but a different role for me today. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. I stand here as a concerned constituent and parent in the Dufferin Peel community. Today, as trustees, you are reconsidering the flag policy, which seems simple enough in itself, and it would be if the policy was neutral. But any policy that impacts one identity unintentionally, or by design in this case, is not neutral. This policy negatively and disproportionately impacts one group of students, a group protected under the Human Rights Code. And while this policy may seem limited in its reach, there are only a few sites with multiple flagpoles, it is far-reaching in its impact. This policy and the choices you make today send a clear message. I'd like to start with a reminder that the rainbow flag represents students, staff, and community members who identify as 2S LGBTQIA. Let me say that again. The rainbow flag represents an identity. It represents who somebody is, not what they do or the choices they make. And who somebody is never wrong. We are all created in the image and likeness of God, and it is not our place to judge. It is our place to protect the dignity and the worth of every single person. When we make decisions based on our judgment of others, we are maligning that dignity. As a Catholic community, we value and protect life. The data is clear, and you've heard it before. 36% of LGBTQ youth have been physically threatened or harmed. 36%. 73% have faced discrimination. These experience double the likelihood of suicide attempts amongst LGBTQ youth. This discrimination is often fueled and perpetuated by extensive mobilized efforts to enact policies that target this community. Voices often so loud and repetitive that they are seen as the norm. Voices that take advantage of the fear and the reticence of many to speak out for fear of reprisal. Our schools can be places that recognize this and mitigate it, not add to it. Just think about the atmosphere here today and what you will hear. And these have been somewhat sanitized. Go online and you'll see the vitriol and the hate that students must endure. Imagine having to wade through that every day. Imagine not feeling safe or accepted at home, online, or in your community. Imagine being told time and time again that who you are is not recognized, especially in Catholic spaces. This is the reality that 2S LGBTQ youth face every day. The rainbow flag is a symbol, a reminder to these students that in our Catholic schools, and specifically for them, that they are loved and accepted every day. The world will try to tell them that they do not belong in Catholic schools. We need to reassure them with intentionality and specificity that they do indeed belong, not just in June, but throughout the year. I know that there are some of you who have already made up your minds and are resolute in your stance. I'm not here to speak to you today. I'm speaking to you who have come here willing to listen and to consider your decision with an open mind and a purpose that centers the needs of the students you serve. You have an important decision to make today. Your vote is not just a vote on the flag policy. The decision that you make today is a statement. You have a chance to let these students know that they are loved and accepted, and that you as their trustee will use your power and your voice to stand up for them. Students, staff, and families are watching you, and they will take note of your message that you send through your vote.
Thank you much for your delegation. Are there any questions for the delegates? Okay. Trustee Paul, one second. Anybody else? Sorry, Trustee Rahim. Wait, no? Okay. So Trustee Paul D'Amato Giovinazzi, go ahead, please.
Thank you through the chair. Have you consulted with our local bishops or cardinals before coming to the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board to deliver your statement this evening?
Thank you for your question, and it makes me wonder what the other Catholic school boards have done in terms of consultation, but to answer your question, no, I have not.
Thank you. Another question. Do you believe the Bible is the authoritative word of God?
I don't know that what I believe personally is important right here. What I do believe is that our
Thank you.
Catholic school
Thank you.
boards are
No further
places
question.
that should include all of our students.
Thank you.
Yes,
The question was asked.
I was just about to
The
jump in there.
delegation has a right to respond and the trustee has a right to listen.
Thank you. Yes, I was just about to say that. Trustee Paul D'Amato, please don't do that again. Thank you. If you ask a question, you have to have the answer. Thank you very much. You have any other questions? Sorry, just one to this point?
I just wanted to ask if the delegate could repeat her answer because I didn't hear it. She was interrupted.
Please go ahead.
I would say that what I personally believe is not important right here. What is important is the decision that we're making to support students and specifically all students.
Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. Trustee Paul D'Amato, do you have another question?
No further questions. Thank you,
very
Mr. Chair.
much. Trustee Bria Corbett, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Michelle, for your delegation. You mentioned in your speech, any policy that impacts one identity unintentionally or by design is not neutral. This policy disproportionately negatively impacts one group of students who are a protected class under the Ontario Human Rights Code. There is proposed language in the policy tonight that indicates allowing a Dufferin-Peel flag, "We all belong." So in your opinion, is that, or would that be enough for the 2S LGBTQIA plus community, or is the rainbow flag still important and necessary? Maybe why?
I think we can all belong and need different things. I mean, as a school board, you have lots of different schools and programs that recognize that. Why do we have an all-girls school if we all belong, right? We know that society has different expectations of people, and we've tried to consider that in some of the, Dufferin-Peel has tried to consider that in some of the programs that you offer. So the hope is that, yes, we all belong. The reality is that students don't necessarily feel that way, and especially students who identify as 2S LGBTQIA. And hopefully we would get to a point where the "We Belong" flag would be enough, but we're not there yet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation. Trustees, are there any questions to staff? Student Trustee Bailey Klein, anybody else? Go ahead, please.
Through the chair. Talking about the "We All Belong" graphic, I just had a question about that. The graphic was created to align with our Board of Trustees 2023 to 2027 multi-year strategic plan, which represents that all-embracing community in our schools, classrooms, and work environment. Would raising the rainbow flag not support this message that our board is sharing, that we all belong? Would raising the rainbow flag not support this message?
Through the chair, the message that our board continues to communicate is that, in fact, we all belong. We define our actions through our faith. In living our faith and modeling our actions on Jesus's life, we accept and welcome all. We do have a practice of recognizing many observances throughout the year. Most observances have a designated time or date period associated with them, and that's intended to elevate our attention to that observance. We support members of all communities throughout the year. Our schools continue to be distinctively Catholic through our Catholic identity and our curriculum. And at the core of this is our foundational Catholic social teaching, recognizing the dignity of each and every human person.
Thank you very much. Trustee Rahim White, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to that point, is June recognized as Pride Month by Dufferin Peel?
Through the chair, in June, we recognize the observance, and the rainbow flag is displayed in all our buildings in our schools.
A follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, is there a reason why when we post on social media to recognize Pride Month in June, Pride Month is not in the graphic, but rather in the caption?
Through the chair, can you clarify?
I'll give an example.
Okay.
If it's Portuguese Heritage Month, we put Portuguese Heritage Month in the graphic itself. When it's Pride Month, we have a colored background, that's a rainbow color, and a Bible quote or a quote in general. Is there a reason why we avoid, or rather, is it an avoidance of putting June is Pride Month?
Through the chair, no, we do have the rainbow colored flag that is displayed in all of our buildings in June, so we can review that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, on to the next delegate. I call on Karen Dancy, please. Thank you for your delegation. Your timer is there. Please make sure you speak into the mic. Thank you.
Your school trustees, school board administrators, student trustees, and guests. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight. My name is Karen Dancy. I am a proud graduate of DPCDSB myself and a mother of two sons, one who graduated from secondary school last June and another who is in grade 11. I have also served as a parent council chair for the past 13 years at both the elementary and high school panels. I have served as the representative for my family of schools in recent years. It is fair to say that I've been heavily involved with the DPCSB, which leads me to want to say a few words about the need to fly the rainbow flag during the month of June. As a Catholic school board, your mission is to educate and nurture the whole person, grounded in the teachings of Jesus Christ. Central to this mission is your commitment to creating communities that reflect the gospel values of love, inclusion, respect for the dignity of every individual. Flying the rainbow flag is a profound and visible expression of these values. It signals our unwavering commitment to ensure that all students, families, and staff members, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, feel seen, valued, and supported. The rainbow flag in this context becomes a symbol of our shared responsibility to stand against discrimination and to foster an environment where everyone can thrive. I recognize that some may see a tension between Catholic values and the symbolism of the rainbow flag. However, our faith teaches us to lead with compassion and understanding. Pope Francis himself has emphasized the importance of inclusion, stating God loves every one of us with our strengths and our weaknesses. By flying the rainbow flag, we're not endorsing any ideology, but instead affirming the inherent dignity of every person as a child of God. This action also aligns with a duty as educators to ensure the safety and well-being of all students. Research consistently shows that LGBTQ+ youth face higher risks of bullying, mental health challenges, and suicide. As a Catholic community, we are called to stand with those on the margin, offering love, care, and hope. The rainbow flag serves as a powerful reminder to our school community that no one should feel invisible or unworthy. Moreover, this initiative reflects our Catholic understanding of family and community. In our schools, we strive to teach students to live out the gospel through acts of kindness, respect, and inclusion. The flag is not just a symbol, it's a call to action, challenging us to embody these values in all aspects of interactions and decision-making. In flying the rainbow flag, we affirm that our Catholic schools are places of welcome, where diversity is celebrated and where every person is recognized as being created in the image and likeness of God. It is a visible sign of our dedication to fostering unity and peace, reflecting our belief that love truly conquers all.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions for the delegates? Just 1 second, please. Anybody else? Anybody else? Please, Trustee Paul Giovinazzi, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, have you consulted with our local bishops or cardinals before coming to the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board to deliver your statement this evening?
No, they were too busy to take my call.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the delegates? Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation. I ask trustees, do you have questions for staff? Seeing none, we go on to our next delegates, Andrea Isaac. Okay, so your timer is there, and please start when you're ready. Can we restart the timer, please? Just 1 second, please. Go ahead.
My name is Andrea Isaac, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm speaking to you today as a teacher and co-chair of the Human Rights, Catholic Advocacy, and Political Action Committees for Dufferin Peel Ewecta Elementary Unit. I am a graduate of the Catholic education system in Dufferin Peel, attending St. Patrick's from kindergarten to grade 8 and Robert F. Hall for high school. I am currently a special education teacher in Mississauga, servicing a number of diverse learners, some of whom identify as 2S LGBTQIA+. My experience as a student in Catholic schools taught me that every person has inherent dignity and is created in the image of God. Additionally, I learned about human rights and the importance of standing up against injustice. I'm here today to put into practice the lessons I have learned as a Catholic graduate. I'm here to address the flag policy, which as a result of recent changes has become a systemic barrier to inclusion, safety, and the well-being of our students, families, and staff working in Dufferin Peel. This policy is problematic because it prevents the rainbow flag from being flown at the board office. In addition, Section 2.5 of the flag policy prevents flags flying outside of their observance period. This is a limitation that was previously not in the policy. Since the implementation of this policy, some students and staff have been directed to remove all rainbow flags and materials in their schools. Although such actions are not specifically stated in the policy, the consequence of this policy has been a move away from inclusion, negatively impacting students and staff alike. By keeping this policy, we as a Catholic community are causing harm to members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, a group that already faces disproportionate amounts of bullying, discrimination, and homophobia and violence. Catholic schools are publicly funded and as such have a duty to create a safe and inclusive environment for all students, families, and staff, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Catholic schools should be places of hope, love, peace, inclusion, and safety. Last year, a group of Dufferin Peel elementary teachers joined colleagues from across the GTA and wore our Teaching with Pride t-shirts and marched in the Toronto Pride Parade. While participating in this event, we were stopped on multiple occasions by former Catholic student graduates. Each of them thanked us for showing up and marching. One graduate mentioned that they had never felt supported to be themselves in the Catholic system. As a Catholic teacher, this is a sentiment that was difficult to hear and definitely not a memory that I want any of my students to resonate with, that I want to resonate with any of the students that I teach. Egale is one of Canada's leading organizations supporting the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and educating about issues impacting this community. As is evidenced in their national study, Still in Every Class in Every School 2021, 2S LGBTQI students at Catholic schools experienced more incidents of homophobic and transphobic harassment than students at other schools, and Catholic students were less likely to disclose these occurrences to school staff. Furthermore, Catholic students were twice as likely to report experiencing verbal harassment based on perceived sexual orientation than students who did not attend a Catholic school. As a Catholic community, we know that our faith is not separate from parts of our identity. People can be and are Catholic and members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. It is not the role of our system or any one person group to judge or dictate whether or not an individual's identity fits within Catholicism. Colleague and fellow Catholic teacher Dr. Yvonne Rudstedler recently wrote an article in Oecta's Catholic Teacher magazine where she shared some reflective questions that I would like to share with you. She asked that Catholics consider how their words might inhibit another from spiritual counseling and contribute to systemic distrust antithetical to the message of Jesus that we belong without qualifier. I asked the Board of Trustees to consider the recent changes and work toward understanding that making the rainbow flag visible in public spaces sends a message to our Catholic schools that our Catholic schools are truly safe spaces that respect the human dignity of all people. Representation matters, and by flying the flag, you are not promoting anything. Rather, implementing policies that remove the pride flag from our schools sends a clear message that 2S LGBTQIA+ students, families, staff, and our community at large are not welcome in our Catholic spaces. I urge you to send a better message. Choose to permit the flying of the flag. By doing so, Dufferin Peel can affirm Scripture and live out Catholic values through action by acknowledging and affirming that all human beings are created in the image and likeness of God. Raising the rainbow flag is a simple yet powerful way to ensure the greater community recognizes that we as Catholics welcome everyone regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. This is a basic human right and a right that I will uphold as a Catholic teacher.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions? Student Trustee Rahim White and Trustee, okay, go ahead please, Student Trustee Rahim White.
Thank you, and through the chair, firstly, thank you for your delegation. At one point throughout the delegation, you mentioned, and I quote, some students and staff have been directed to remove all rainbow flags and materials in their schools, end quote. Would you mind providing some background on that?
As per the rules at the beginning of the delegation, I was asked not to use specific names of schools or teachers. So unfortunately, I cannot do that, but it is an anecdotal comment and I am aware of that.
Thank you very much. Trustee Paul D'Amato Giovanazzi, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, have you consulted with our local bishops or cardinals before coming to the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board to deliver your statement this evening?
Again, and through reading through the delegation protocol, that was not mentioned that it was necessary for me to do so, so therefore I did not.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, do you have another question? No. Thank you. Any other questions for the delegates? Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you for providing me with this opportunity.
Thank you. Do trustees have any questions for staff? Trustee Rahim White, Student Trustee Rahim White, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. Section 2.5 of the policy, as it currently reads, states that additional flags may be displayed inside Dufferin Peel buildings in support of particular observances. And where such flags are displayed, their use shall be limited to the areas of the school or facility allocated to the activities associated with the corresponding observance and shall be removed when the observance period ends. And 2.6 goes on to say that the display of additional flags is to be approved by the Director of Education or designate. So my question to staff is the Progress Pride flag currently approved by the Director of Education to be flown during the observance period of Pride Month, which is June?
Through the chair, our practice has been to display the rainbow flag for consistency across the system.
So if staff were directed to remove that, that would not be the recommendation, as in based on the consistency that you mentioned displaying the rainbow flag.
Through the chair, that's correct. The rainbow flag is the original flag, and since the introduction of the rainbow flag, there have and continues to be different versions, but we have chosen to be consistent in using the rainbow flag.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, we move on to our next delegate, Michael Smolders, please. Thank you for your delegation. Your timer is there. Please start when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here talking about Catholic education. My name is Michael Smolders. My wife and I are big supporters of Catholic education. We've been honored to have our children graduate from high school and elementary schools in the Catholic School Board. All of them have won the Catholic Leadership Award. And last year, our one son upped all their brothers by winning the prestigious Catholic Principals of Ontario Award for the high school in our board, and we were very, very proud of that. Like many Catholics, I haven't always practiced my Catholic faith, despite attending Catholic elementary school and high school. I strayed and I explored a whole range of religious and secular beliefs. But despite a lack of knowledge, understanding, and belief in our faith, my wife and I raised our children as cultural Catholics, doing the sacraments and sending them to Catholic school, in which we were depending on the Catholic school to be able to train them. Gladly, by the mercy of God, this is our 10th anniversary for our family to actually have a true conversion to the Catholic faith. And over the last decade, we have transformed our way of life to ensure that we are in full obedience to church teaching. And that includes, even at my old age, the teaching on contraception, and which is why I have 2 young children, which did not fit in our lifestyle, but it was church teaching. And what we found out is God knew better. And we are so happy for Ash and Mary. We love being Catholic. We have witnessed the benefits of raising our 5 children in a sacramental home. We've also understand the value of facing the challenge of helping an older son who has severe mental illness in both the joy and the sorrow. Our church has allowed us to encounter Christ in a real way and given us positive direction. We love the demands towards holiness and the corresponding mercy when we fall and are forgiven. And what brings us the most peace is the authority that Jesus Christ gave the church in Matthew 16:19. I will give you the keys of the kingdom. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. And despite the comments from our current pontiff, that current pontiff has not used the keys to change church teaching on sexuality. The objective truth of the Catholic Church allows us to feel safe and secure, knowing that our choices are right because our consciences are being formed, which creates mental stability. We know our decisions are correct, as long as it follows church teaching. We have no fear of being persecuted or being perceived as antiquated because we know our church can't fail us. But we don't just believe in faith alone. We've come to learn that every church teaching is reasonably sound and beautifully integrated into a tapestry of truth with the Holy Eucharist at its center. It's beautiful. We've already made the decision, unfortunately, to have our Ash and Mary, our younger children, removed from the elementary schools in our local area to go to an alternative Catholic elementary school. We would love to send them to the local school, but we are very fearful of, despite, this is an external sign that is happening, but we don't want our most impressionable children. We don't know what's happening behind closed doors. Now, as we have a son in elementary school and high school, we feel that his strong Catholic upbringing in the alternative school will help him withstand any of the worldly agendas that may happen inside the school. It's very sad for me to say that, but it is true for thousands of devout Catholics who, I speak to them all day, honestly are very fearful of what is happening in our schools. So I'm here to thank the 6 trustees who boldly made the right decision in June, and I encourage you to stand by your principles today. Please support us who just want to be Catholic and go to school. I also remind everybody that today is the feast of St. Agnes, who died to keep her virginity when the nobility and the administrators wanted her to get married. She was a virgin martyr who was willing to die for her purity of church teaching. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. I ask trustees, are there any questions? Student trustee Raheem White, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for your delegation. Throughout your delegation, you mentioned that regrettably, you'd not be sure what's going on behind closed doors at your child's school. What exactly does that mean?
I also teach baptism classes, and I'm also part of the Rosary Apostolate, so I do visit the schools. And so I have seen firsthand when I walk into a Catholic school at the elementary level, the type of paraphernalia that I've seen in the schools. I've also heard from parents who are having their young children baptized, and they have children who are already elementary school, and they've told me some of the things that their children have told to them, which I have to then clarify during baptism class whether or not that aligns with church teaching or not.
Through the chair, you use a word I'm not necessarily familiar with, paraphernalia. What does that mean?
Sorry, propaganda, flags, billboards, crafts, pins, stickers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you much for your delegation. As trustees, are there any questions to staff? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Student trustee Raheem White, go ahead, please. Can I ask the gallery to please hold your clap? Can I ask the gallery to please hold your clapping so we can hear the question? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair to staff, is there any paraphernalia in Dufferin Peel classrooms as described by the delegate? I can repeat my question if you'd like. Is there any paraphernalia as described by the delegate in Dufferin Peel classrooms?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the delegate referred to stickers, banners, and other forms of expression. I would say that our classrooms likely have many of each of those associated with a number of events, from curriculum-based events, potentially to specific observances. Some of them are sanctioned by central office staff. So yes, I wouldn't be able to comment to the likely more than 4,000 classrooms we have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, on to our next delegate, Matthew Wojciechowski, please. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. As I mentioned with other delegates, your timer is in front of you. When it is ready, please proceed when you're ready.
All right. Good evening, trustees, staff, and community members. My name is Matthew Wojciechowski. I'm the Vice President of Campaign Life Coalition, a national pro-life and pro-family organization. More importantly, I am a father of 4 children who go to school in this board. On behalf of the nearly 30,000 parents who have signed our petition against the flying of the pride flag in schools, which includes thousands of parents in the Dufferin-Peel area, I'm here to restate our plea that the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board not permit the pride flag to be raised. If the flag protocol is to be reopened, it should only be changed to explicitly prohibit the display of pride flags, which is still happening in schools today. Today, the Catholic Register published a story of a Progress pride flag which was attached to a crucifix in an elementary school in the board. I shouldn't have to tell you how offensive and blasphemous this is. As Catholics, we are defined by our longing to conform ourselves to Christ, to the cross, to be transformed and to suffer in pursuit of virtue, including the virtues of fortitude, prudence, and chastity. The same virtues that this board celebrates on a monthly basis across all schools. Coincidentally, like the previous speaker mentioned, today happens to be the feast day of Saint Agnes, who was killed and who is the patron saint of chastity. All of us, including those with same-sex attraction and those living with gender dysphoria, are called to live chastely, to order one's emotions and desires towards true and authentic love, to conform to God's vision for human sexuality, to strive for the purity of heart. Jesus says, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." It is a call for constant conversion of heart. The pride flag, however, propagates the exact opposite message. It says you're fine as you are, you don't need to strive for conversion, and you can establish an identity outside of Christ and take pride in this rebellion. And you can also reject your sexual nature as male and female. As Pope Francis wrote in a recent encyclical, and I quote, "Desiring a personal self-determination as gender theory prescribes amounts to a concession to the age-old temptation to make oneself God, entering into competition with the true God of love revealed to us in the gospel." End quote. Our schools, or Catholic schools, are in the business of promoting human dignity. But in order to do that, you need to have an understanding of our human nature, how God made us and who he wants us to become. God is always calling us to the highest standard, which is sainthood. Our Catholic schools should reflect this wonderful call for all of our children to become saints. Even if you wish for the pride flag to stand for something other than what it does, that is not how it is being perceived in our culture, in every space, by the media, by our pop culture, by everyone. It is always understood to promote and celebrate homosexual activity and gender ideology. As His Eminence Frank Cardinal Leo said just last June, the most Sacred Heart of Jesus represents our public witness of love, care, acceptance, and redemption. It is the only symbol we need in reaching out to others, in better understanding and deeply experiencing the life-giving power of Christ's personal love for them. He also wrote that symbols carry meaning and are powerful in conveying truths and inspiring to action. For Catholic Christians, the crucifix and the Sacred Heart of Jesus are the authentic and unsurpassed symbols of love, welcoming, and compassion. End quote. If there are students in the board who presently feel excluded and like they're not represented by the cross or the Sacred Heart of Jesus, our focus should be to improve catechesis and religious education. That is the job of Catholic schools. We don't need secular politicized symbols which confuse children and separate them from the Catholic values they receive at home and in their parishes. Now, going back to that image that the Catholic Register published today with the cross and the pride flag, you might insist that the coupling of the crucifix and pride flag was just a mistake made by school staff. But the board sets the tone. By permitting the display of pride flags and other symbols, you sent the message that pride is compatible with the teachings of the church. The appropriate response to this blasphemy would be to say no more pride flags anywhere. It would be outrageous if instead of ensuring enforcement of the flag protocol that you guys decided on last June, the board entertains the notion of allowing more pride flags. Please listen to His Eminence Frank Cardinal Leo and our Holy Father Pope Francis, as well as to the thousands of parents, grandparents, and ratepayers who I am representing here today. Don't buckle to the demands of non-Catholic activists just for the clout. OECTA does not elect you. They don't pay your salary. Please listen to the voters. You were elected to make Catholic schools Christ-centered. Don't listen to those who want to replace Christ with pride. May Our Lady guide you, and may St. Agnes intercede for you as you discern the future of Catholic schools and this Catholic school board. God bless.
I'll ask the gallery, please be quiet. Thank you. Any questions from the trustees to the delegates? I have Trustee Rahim White, Trustee Rahim White, Trustee Paul Donato Giovinazzi. Anybody else? Go ahead, Student Trustee Rahim White, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for your delegation. You mentioned that if we were to revisit this policy, that it should only be to explicitly prohibit the display of pride flags, which is still happening in schools, even outside of the so-called Pride Month. Why should we specifically target the pride flag?
Did you not read my statement? I mean, the pride flag.
On a
is
point of order, Mr.
incompatible-
Chairman.
Excuse me.
I'm
He's still
sorry.
answering. You have to wait for the answer. Thank you
Pride
very much.
flag, as I mentioned, is incompatible with Catholic Church teaching. Like the Cardinal, Leo, our current Cardinal, similar to Cardinal Thomas Collins, who was there before him, they have both written statements on the importance of the Sacred Heart of Jesus and the cross as the only symbol that exemplifies inclusivity, mercy, compassion, love. If you want children who are suffering, and I'm not discrediting that. I know children are suffering. I know a lot of people are suffering with trying to figure out who they are, right? I get that. And my heart bleeds for those people who are confused. I too was very confused when I was 10, when I was 16. I get it.
Sorry, can
That
you
is
answer the
why-
question, please? You're
Yes.
rambling now. Can you answer the
apologize.
question,
Yeah,
please?
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That is why the Cardinals have asked schools to focus on the Sacred Heart of Jesus and the cross, which is the ultimate sign of everything that many people think the pride flag represents, but unfortunately they are wrong and misguided.
Thank you for your answer. Student Trustee Rahim White, you can ask your next question of clarification.
Through the chair, did the cardinal say remove pride flags from classrooms?
That's not, that's a clarification to the delegates' delegation.
Trustee, did you read the Cardinal statement on the Sacred Heart of Jesus and the cross? I suggest you read that statement that Cardinal Leo wrote. I suggest you read the statement that Cardinal Collins wrote before him. I suggest that you read the Catechism. I suggest that you consult with your pastor, consult with our archdiocese, and I'm sure you will get the answer, just like I did.
Any other questions? You good? Thank you very much. Sorry, Trustee Giovinazzi, go ahead, please.
Hello, thank you for your delegation. I wanted to ask, through the chair, have you consulted with our local bishops or cardinals before coming to the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board to deliver your statement this evening?
As a matter of fact, I did, and not just tonight, but I've been consulting with our archdiocese and our spiritual pastors for the last 10 years in my capacity as Vice President of Campaign Life Coalition. So yeah, I have. But more importantly, even if I didn't consult, the diocese put out a beautiful statement on the Sacred Heart of Jesus.
The question has been answered. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions?
Everyone gets all this time, but I don't get the time to answer.
Excuse me, the question has been answered. The question, excuse me, the question was asked, have you consulted? You answered the question. You are now going further from the answer.
And in all due respect, sir, one of the other delegates also was able to ramble on, so why can't I ramble on? In all due respect, I'm just asking. And I'm not rambling on, I'm answering the question because it seems.
Excuse me, the
like
question
this
was
board-
asked, the question, and the answer was provided.
It seems like this board has not read.
Thank
the
you very much for your
documents that
comments.
The Cardinal asked you guys to read last
Thank
year.
you for your
3
comments.
years ago. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you for your delegation. Sorry, Student Trustee Rahim White, go ahead, please.
At the start, through the chair, at the start of your delegation, you mentioned you are the Vice President of Campaign Life Coalition. What is Campaign Life Coalition and what do you advocate for?
As I started my speech, I said, Campaign Life Coalition is a national pro-life and pro-family organization. Those are the two issues we advocate for. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for your answer. Any other questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you for your delegation, sir. To trustees, any questions to the staff? Seeing none, we are on to our next one, William Kaminsky, which will be a video presentation. Again, I'll ask, before we do that, can we ask please to the gallery to hold your applause as we have many more delegations to go.
Good evening, trustees, staff, and all else in attendance. My name is William Kaminsky, and I'm one of the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board's student senators, specifically from St. Marcellinus Catholic Secondary School in Mississauga. I'm here to speak today about Board Policy 8.06, which covers the board's flag protocol and, more specifically, prohibits the flying of the pride flag. I believe that this is an injustice that needs to be rectified. Historically, the LGBTQ community has been the target of a disproportionate amount of hate, violence, and discrimination. While great strides have been taken to right this inequality, much work remains to be done. For this board, that means finally raising the pride flag outside board facilities and schools. Doing so would be making a statement to the world that DPCDSB unequivocally supports its LGBTQ+ students as perfect and indeed created in the image of God. While it may be easy to say that the board still supports these students without raising the flag, this is untrue. In our modern climate, raising the pride flag during June is seen and accepted as a basic responsibility of public institutions, and is the most visible and obvious way of showing love, support, and acceptance for the LGBTQ community. By not doing so, the board is sending an explicit message that it does not unequivocally support its LGBTQ+ students. Furthermore, raising the pride flag would be in line with the board's multi-year strategic plan, or MISP, specifically through fulfilling the key virtue of respect. In the MISP, reflect is defined as addressing the impacts of colonialism and oppression on identities, knowledge systems, and languages of communities that have been historically excluded. Changing policy to permit the pride flag to be flown during June, or Pride Month, would be an important step towards fulfilling this goal, as it would outwardly and visibly demonstrate support, acceptance, and respect for identities and communities that have been historically excluded, specifically the LGBTQ+ community. I'll take a moment to touch on my own personal connection with this issue. I myself am not a member of the LGBTQ+ community. That, however, does not change the fact that I have a duty as a follower of Christ to stand up and speak regarding this issue. I have friends, family members, and peers who are members of the community, and seeing their struggles and values sidelined by the board, even unintentionally, is incredibly painful. It doesn't matter if we think we can show tolerance and respect without raising the flag. I will reiterate that in our current world, flying the flag is the bare minimum. As long as it is not raised outside the board office, and hopefully every school in DPCDSB, we have failed in our Christ-given duty to seek justice for all members of our society. Thank you.
Are there any, since the delegate is not here to answer any questions of clarification, are there any questions to staff from trustees? Seeing none, we're on to our next one. Delegate Mario Greco. Just to the podium up there. As mentioned to other delegates, your timer is there. Please proceed when you're ready. Please make sure you speak into the mic. Thank you. Don't think the mic's on.
Can you hear me now? Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Mario Greco, and I am an occasional teacher at Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. Do we put the pride flag up on the flagpole at Dufferin Peel schools? That might be the question tonight, but the answer to that question is based in another question. What can we do to effectively show our love and respect for our gay and trans students as they live in the Catholic faith? I believe we should first look toward our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He died and rose from the dead to save us all from sin, regardless of our orientation. He is the true representative of love and respect to all people. Now today, you have people urging for pride flags to be raised at Catholic schools to promote love and respect to gay and trans people, as if the image of Christ doesn't already do that? Is this to imply that Christ's sacrifice is somehow insufficient or somehow inapplicable to gay and trans people? To me, that would sound extremely homophobic and would be a faithless insult to Christ's sacrifice and love for all his people. If we truly want to serve our gay and trans student and help them remedy whichever challenges they're burdened with, then we need to open a solution-focused dialogue with them and the community at large with the teachings of Christ as our focal point. Raising a pride flag is not a solution-focused remedy. If a student is harassed or assaulted on the basis of who they're attracted to, waving a pride flag will not stop that from happening. What will stop that from happening is to steer our anti-bullying efforts away from ineffectively basking in do-nothing symbolism and instead steer our efforts toward building the confidence, self-esteem, and conflict resolution skills of all students. we must also remind our students of Christ's call for all people to know that they are unconditionally loved by God, regardless of who they are, and to love others unconditionally, just as he does for us. This is the very call that we must apply in our solution-focused dialogue with students, including, of course, those who are gay and trans, just as we do for students of other identities, such as autism. You don't hear of loud, fruitless calls to raise an autism flag every year at the school for an entire month. You hear calls for concrete strategies to properly foster their growth, development, and personal sense of value. Our students deserve not empty fanfare, but firm and applicable resolve. And our gay and trans students deserve this just the same. Hence why raising a pride flag is not only irrelevant, but a distraction from meeting this goal, let alone that the pride flag itself carries a fornicative and debaucherous payload that is absolutely contrary to the faith, which again has no impetus on the practical solutions needed to effectively support the well-being of all students, including those who are gay and trans. Let's not be gaslit into believing the false narrative that the absence of this flag indicates an absence in our hearts. I implore our Catholic school board's policy and bylaw officers and trustees to not cave into the coercion of permitting the pride flag to be flown at our Catholic schools and to instead assert themselves on a willingness to engage in dialogue of finding concrete solutions that will help remedy any plights that our gay and trans students may be facing. And if we need a flag on school flagpoles that representing inclusivity, we already have one, our great Canadian flag. Do not let your fear.
I will not do this again. Please. Quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
Do not let your fear of vicious, false accusals of hatred pressure you to concede on your true values of love. Let your trust in the truth and the light of Christ guide your conscience and your decision tonight. And if you ever find yourself persecuted for your decision, remember the words that Jesus spoke in the gospel according to John chapter 15, verse 18. If the world hates you, be aware that it hated me before it hated you. To Christ be the glory. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Are there any questions of clarification to the delegate? Student trustee Raheem White, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
In your speech, you say that the pride flag carries a, and I quote, fornicative and debaucherous payload, end quote. A document by the Institute for Catholic Education titled A Catholic Perspective, supporting students who identify as transgender, emphasized the importance of having a clear and accurate understanding of the experiences and proper terminology associated with gender identity and expression. You say you're an LTO in our board. Through the chair,
not LTO, OT.
OT in our board. Through the chair, is this a type of rhetoric you use in the classroom? And do you think it aligns with the Catholic perspective of informed and respectful engagement?
I have 2 points to make. One, I don't discuss this matter in schools. I focus on teaching any of the curriculum regarding, let's say, math or arithmetic or reading. Those are the things I focus on. And I focus on teaching whatever is in the lesson plans of the teachers with regards to that of our faith. The other part is I am not talking about individual students. I'm talking about the flag itself. I'm not saying anything of the students. What I'm saying is we need to be there for our students. We need to show love for our students. I'm critiquing the flag. I'm not critiquing our students. I have a heart for our students, just as Jesus has a heart for us and all people, including those who are gay and trans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the delegates? Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation. I ask trustees, do you have any questions of staff? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks. May I say one more thing?
No, you cannot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next delegate, Gregory Tomchyshyn. As mentioned with other delegates, your timer is there. It is set. You can go whenever you're ready. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Dear Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board Trustees.
Sorry, is it on? Is your mic on?
The mic, is it on? I think it is.
Is it? Okay, sorry. Can you reset the timer? Sorry. Let's make sure you speak into it because we have trustees online. Thank you.
Dear Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board trustees, my name is Gregory Tomchyshyn. I'm here tonight as the campaigns director for Citizen Go with a petition signed by over 7,000 plus parents and citizens stating the following. Dear Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board trustees, I'm calling on you to stand firm against calls to alter the board's flag policy. Our schools must retain their focus on providing quality education, not political ideology, to our children. The Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board policy against raising the pride flag upholds the Catholic Church's teachings and traditional values while remaining politically neutral and fair. Undermining this past decision weakens the board's commitment to parents and their beliefs. Voting in favor of flying the pride flag will only continue to undermine parents and citizens' confidence in the board's ability to provide an authentic Catholic education, the very education the board claims to deliver. Furthermore, parents and citizens expect Catholic schools to uphold and teach Catholic values and beliefs with charity and clarity that the Church has taught for over 2,000 plus years. Keeping with the current flag policy, you will maintain a school environment free from unnecessary ideological battles and political distractions that detract from our children's education. Altering the flag policy will only further erode trust in our publicly funded institutions. Flying a politically charged flag that symbolizes values contradictory to the Catholic faith will only continue to destroy the integrity, stability, and unity of our communities and country. Public education should not endorse the celebration of politically charged symbols. I urge you to continue upholding the current flag policy and respect the board's promise to champion Catholic values. Do not betray the confidence and trust parents and citizens have in the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board to stop a sex symbol from flying outside their children's schools. On behalf of all parents and citizens, I'm urging each one of you to defend Catholic values and the innocence of our children. And before I finish, I do have a copy of the petition here with me if any of the trustees would love to receive it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I have any questions for the delegate? Student trustee Rahim White, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for your delegation. In your speech, you said the pride flag will only continue to undermine parents and citizens' confidence in the board's ability to provide an authentic Catholic education. Is that an implication that the education Dufferin Peel provides is inauthentic?
As it currently is, the school board, especially with a lot of parents, do not feel the fact that the school is providing their duty to providing Catholic values and beliefs as taught by the Catholic Church. Hence, we had a delegate here who said he had to pull his own kids out of a Dufferin Peel Catholic School Board because he did not feel his needs were being met in the fact that the board promises to deliver a Catholic education that reflects the teachings of the Catholic Church.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the delegate? You mentioned you have a petition.
That is
I'll ask
correct.
that you please give it to the staff and then they can look at it. Are there any other questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions to staff? Student trustee Rahim White, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through the chair.
Please, sorry, student trustee Rahim White, please hold a second. If you can please hold your applause. This is going to be the last warning, and then we will go for a recess. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through the chair to staff. Delegate in the speech mentioned, or rather implored trustees to not erode the trust of parents and citizens by flying, and I quote, a sex symbol outside their children's schools. Is it staff's perspective that the pride flag is a sex symbol?
Through the chair, the pride flag, or not that I apologize, the rainbow flag was described by student trustee White earlier this evening. It is a symbol of those 6 values.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, we move on to our next delegate, Serena Senra. Is Delegate Serena Senra here? Delegate Serena Senra here. Is there any movement back there? Can somebody see? No? Okay. On to the next delegate, Mason Schmidt, please.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, can we please recognize that the the individual was called, was not available at 9 o'clock? Said in the minutes.
Recorder? The comment was that can you please mention that, or note that the individual was called but was not present at 9 o'clock. Thank you, sir, for your delegation. Your timer will be available in a second. When you are ready, you can start.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, trustees, board staff, and all who are present here in the audience tonight. My name is Mason Schmidt, and I'm a grade 12 student at Robert F. Hall in Caledon East. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight on such an important topic, the flag protocol. I am here because I believe that displaying the pride flag is contradictory to the principles of Catholic education. My Catholic faith is central to who I am, and I believe that preserving and defending our Catholic values is something we should never back down from. I have demonstrated my commitment to these values my whole life, but most recently delegated to this board regarding pro-life awareness and education within the school board. When I gave that delegation back in May of 2024, it renewed my perspective on how important it is to preserve our values. The topic of pride flags, LGBTQ issues, and gender identity issues is an important one and is very controversial. Allow me to remind everyone that we are standing in a Catholic institution, and we are all here to ensure that our students have what is best for them in a Catholic school. As Catholics, we have an obligation to uphold and reflect the teachings of Jesus Christ. These teachings emphasize that our primary identity is as children of God. Displaying a flag on school grounds that promotes a different ideology is shifting away from our duties as Catholics. The pride flag represents views and lifestyles that are inconsistent with the moral teachings of the Catholic Church, particularly regarding human sexuality and marriage. I believe we need to approach these complex issues in a Catholic light and shape our policies based on the Catechism of the Catholic Church. In the Catechism, we are taught to love and respect all individuals, but loving everybody also means guiding them towards truth, not encouraging choices that lead them away from it. These teachings make the case to not promote another ideology contrary to who Jesus made us. It is safe to say we all believe Catholic schools should be a safe place of unity under Jesus Christ. Some see the pride flag as a unifying or accepting symbol and one that shows love towards those who identify as LGBTQ. However, this actually causes division and wrongfully endorses views and ideologies that are not compatible with the Catholic faith. The flag has become a political tool that promotes an alternate agenda. We already live in a deeply divided society. We have been divided based on whether we are black or white, whether we are gay or straight, whether we are vaccinated or unvaccinated, or whether we are liberal or conservative. At a time like this, the board needs to promote a unifying message under a unifying symbol. This symbol is the cross. It represents the universal love of Jesus Christ for all people, regardless of their sexuality or gender identity. Symbols in our Catholic schools should align with our values and reinforce our faith in Jesus Christ. We cannot display, promote, or tolerate symbols that contradict the Church's teachings. The Catholic school system already supports and enforces respect and inclusion based on the Catholic values that define who we are. The pride flag is a symbol that is undeniably anti-Christ. We cannot promote a secular symbol when we already have a unifying symbol in the cross. Allowing this will continue to lead families to feel that their faith is being marginalized in favor of ideologies that contradict Jesus' teachings. Supporters of this flag explain that we need to support it in the name of inclusivity, but I believe we need to affirm our commitment to inclusivity through our Catholic faith. If we take this different approach, we will all stay on track in spreading the word of the Lord, and we will ensure that our policies are shaped in the footsteps of Jesus Christ. This is a pressing and difficult issue to approach, but it is time to address it the proper way, which is in a way that does not compromise our commitment to Jesus Christ. To close, I will once again repeat my belief that the board should reject the display of the flag in Catholic schools. Contrary to some people's views, this is not an act of exclusion, but rather it is an act of good faith to restore the integrity in our Catholic school system and approach issues such as the flag protocol in a way that is compatible with the principles of Catholic education. I urge everybody in this room and all who are listening to stand firm in our beliefs and ensure that our schools are places where our love and commitment to our Lord are never questioned. Let us stand against the display of symbols such as the pride flag and stand united under the cross. I greatly appreciate the opportunity I have been given to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you much for your delegation. Are there any questions for the delegates? Student trustee Raheem White, then I have trustee Paul D'Amato Giovinazzi. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you, firstly, thank you for your delegation. I know what it's like to stand behind that podium as a student, and it takes a lot of courage, and I commend you. To the chair, in your speech, you mentioned that the pride flag represents views and lifestyles that are inconsistent with the moral teachings of the Catholic Church. What views and lifestyles are you specifically referring to?
I mentioned in my speech that it promotes lifestyles that are not compatible with the Catholic faith. I mentioned marriage as an example, and the Catechism teaches that, find it here in section 2357, they are contrary to the natural law. They do not proceed from a genuine, effective, and sexual complementary. Under no circumstances can they be approved. So that line was in line with the Catechism. That's where I got that from.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Paul D'Amato Giovinazzi, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, have you consulted with our local bishops or cardinals before coming to the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board to deliver your statement this evening?
No bishops or cardinals, but I did consult with local youth minister and my parish priest, Father Kalea, to make sure my position was in line with our faith.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you much for your delegation. For trustees, any questions to staff? Trustee Brianica, go ahead, please.
Chairman, to you to staff, does the Cardinal take ad hoc requests for appointments? If one of the delegations wanted to, as Trustee Paula Di Matteo Giovinazzi indicated, how long would it take to get an appointment request, a consultation with the Cardinal?
Through the chair, I can't answer that question. It would be related to his schedule. I mean, you wouldn't even go, you would go through his office to schedule an appointment.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Paul D'Amato, go ahead.
I can answer that, Trustee Bruno Iannica. I actually emailed the Cardinal Leo's office last night. He responded today, and he responded to our trustees as well. He sent us all an email. Thank you.
Any questions, any other questions to staff? Thank you very much. On to our next delegate, Genevieve Carson, please. When the timer is ready, make sure the mic's on. Please speak into the mic. Thank you.
Green, can you
got
hear
it.
me?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, and thank you all for agreeing to hear all of us tonight. We knew this issue wasn't going to end last spring when you rightly decided not to fly the pride flag in front of our Catholic schools in this building. This is a culture war. It's the progressives versus those who adhere to the challenging but timeless, wise, and loving teachings of the faith, rooted in Christ, sacred scripture, and natural law. And sadly, our children are caught in the crossfire. Now, excellent points have been made here tonight. I simply want to share my perspective as a mom, a grandma, and most relevant to tonight as a Catholic teacher here. I think I speak for many teachers who feel they can't because of pressure from our union, as well as peer pressure, to be honest. I still remember the interview I had in this very building when I was first hired by Dufferin Peel back in the 90s. That's how old I am. I had 4 little boys and was a volunteer at my parish and for pro-life work, which those interviewing me agreed was a plus for the job, or I should say vocation. I love being a daily occasional teacher. I love the students, the company of my fellow teachers, and mostly I love the opportunity to share our rich faith. I love to teach prayers, especially the rosary, to talk about Holy Mass, things I think parents assume our kids are learning. The privilege to do so. If I was in the high schools, I would lobby very hard for our students to be taught the theology of the body so they could graduate with an excellent understanding of the Church's teaching on sexuality and why we are all called to live chastely, whatever our state, single or married. I'm going to get a bit personal here. My own boys are at varying stages in their lives. One is married with 3 children and 1 on the way. One is engaged and one is soon to be, I hope. I love them so much. And like many parents, I ache when I see them choose worldly ways over Jesus's. They think my husband and I are out of touch when we implore them and their friends not to cohabitate. I scratch my head and I say, wow, when did they become so confused and lax in their faith? They and all their friends attended our Catholic schools. I make it really clear how much I long for their happiness and that following the church's teaching on sexuality and marriage will give them the best chances for future happiness and the path to heaven, which is why we are here, which is why we were made. My beautiful daughter-in-law was 8 months pregnant and about to get married to my son, but when they came to our home, they stayed in separate rooms. Deep down, they knew that was the right and respectful thing to do. Now, some of my friends laugh when I tell them that because most of our culture says that's extreme and it's really not realistic for today. Now, I only tell you this because I sincerely believe that these kinds of expectations become the signs and gestures to others that we take our faith seriously, that we place obedience to the will of God first and foremost. My mouth is so dry. Our children should never be confused about who, as Catholic parents and Catholic teachers, we align with. And in the end, I will have to account to God for what I allow in my home. So when I walk into my schools and I see the pride symbol on display, whether outside, inside, across from the statue of Our Lady, or the altar in the foyer, on stickers and doors and Chromebooks and lapel pins that were provided by our union, I think disobedience and division, not inclusion and not love. I think of people in positions in the ministry or union with agendas and ideologies that are very different from mine, making inroads to chip away at our Catholic influence in the world. I see this as political. It's been said here before, tonight we have the cross, the most powerful and inclusive symbol of all. And we have the Sacred Heart of Jesus, the Jesus who loves each of us unconditionally. We teach in our schools very well the virtues of kindness, empathy, love, acceptance, and respect throughout the entire year. And we have zero tolerance for bullying of anyone. So please, don't let us be bullied into displaying secular and, in my opinion, scandalous symbols. To close, I'm praying that you all make the right decision again this evening. And I thought tonight, I was reminded of the last words in Sunday's gospel about Jesus and his first miracle at the wedding feast. Mother Mary just simply turned to the stewards and said, do what he tells you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your delegation. Any questions to the delegates? Any questions? See none. Thank you much for your delegation. Appreciate it. Can we have trustees, any questions to the staff? None. Thank you. On to our next one, Christian Botello, please. When you're ready, the timer will start.
Good evening, chairs, trustees, and members of the school board. My name is Christian Botello. I'm a grade 12 student at Robert F. Hall, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here today as a devoted member of our Catholic community, and I'm here to raise concerns regarding the proposal to raise pride flags outside our Catholic schools. While the intention behind this proposal may be to promote inclusivity, we must evaluate this issue through the lens of our Catholic faith and traditions. This is not about denying anyone's dignity, but about ensuring that our schools remain faithful to their sacred mission of teaching and upholding Catholic values. Our Catholic schools exist to form young minds and hearts in the truth of Jesus Christ. They are not merely educational institutions, they are an extension of the Church's mission to evangelize. Displaying a pride flag, a symbol closely tied to secular ideologies that often conflict with the Church's teachings on marriage, family, and human identity, sends a message that directly contradicts this mission. As Catholics, our duty is to guide the next generation toward understanding their identity as children of God, created male and female in his image and likeness, Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. Any symbol or message that undermines these truths cannot have a place in our institutions. The cross, the ultimate symbol of sacrificial love and redemption, is the only banner under which we should unite as Catholics. Raising a pride flag introduces a divisive symbol that aligns with ideologies at odds with Catholic teaching. It risks fostering confusion among students about what the church stands for and what it means to live a faithful life, obviously to Christ. If we are to remain true to our calling, we must ensure that the symbols displayed in our schools reflect our unwavering commitment to the gospel. Now I'll give you a scriptural example within the Catechism of the Catholic Church, which would be CCC 2358, which calls us to treat individuals of same-sex attraction with respect, compassion, and sensitivity. However, true compassion does not mean affirming every aspect of contemporary culture. Rather, it means accompanying individuals in truth and love, trying to lead them closer to Christ. Displaying a pride flag does not foster authentic inclusivity. It promotes a worldview that is inconsistent with Catholic teaching. Instead, we should focus on creating pastoral care initiatives that uphold human dignity while remaining rooted in the truth of our faith. Symbols also carry profound meaning and influence. In Catholic schools, every symbol should point to Christ and the teachings of his church. The pride flag, while representing a secular movement, is often associated with values and practices that go against Catholic doctrine. Permitting its display outside our schools not only compromises our Catholic identity, but also obviously sends a confusing message to not only students, parents, and the wider community about what we stand for as followers of Christ. In closing, I urge the board to recognize that our Catholic schools are not just secular institutions. They're sacred spaces dedicated to forming the hearts and minds of students in accordance with the teachings of Christ and the magisterium of the Church. Introducing symbols that conflict with these teachings undermines our mission and risks leading our students away from the truth. Let us stand firm in our commitment to the faith, rejecting societal pressures that seek to compromise our values. Our schools must remain beacons of Catholic doctrine and virtue, proclaiming the fullness of truth as revealed by God. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of this matter.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions to the delegates? Clarification? Seeing none, thank you much for your delegation. To trustees, are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, we move on to Diane Borelli.
Through the chair, I'm just number 18, Caleb
Oh, sorry,
McMullen.
I do apologize. Sorry, I do apologize. I crossed off too early. Thank you. Caleb McMullen, please. When you're ready, you can proceed, please.
Good evening, members of the school board and administrators. My name is Caleb McMullen, and I'm a grade 12 student at Robert F. Hall. I'm grateful for the chance to speak today about an issue that has been on my heart, whether pride flags should be raised at our Catholic school. As a Catholic, I believe it's important to address this question with honesty, respect, and a focus on our faith. My goal today is to share why I think raising pride flags doesn't align with the mission of Catholic education and could create unnecessary challenge for our school community. Our school is founded on Catholic principles that include understanding our identity in Christ in a living way that honors God and plan for our life. From a Catholic's perspective, the purpose of our school isn't just to prepare us for careers or post-secondary, it's to help us grow in faith and our relationship with Christ. Catholic schools have the responsibility to uphold Catholic values, and that includes helping students understand the Church's teachings on human dignity, marriage, and sexuality. But it also means providing an environment where students are encouraged to live according to the truth of the gospel. For over 2,000 years, the Church has had firm and unchanging teachings on sexuality. Raising pride flags can be seen as endorsing a worldview that diverges from this vision. While the Church teaches us to love and show compassion to all people, it also invites us to live according to God's plan for human relationships. By raising pride flags, we could inadvertently be promoting a view of marriage and relationships that does not align with Catholic teaching. Raising pride flags might also give the impression that our school is more focused on aligning with secular movements than staying true to faith. Catholic values call us to live with integrity, to understand our place in God's plan, and to be mindful in the ways our actions reflect those values. It's important that we don't lose sight of these teachings as we navigate social and political issues, even on those that touch on questions of identity and belonging. Our school is a place where students from all backgrounds and walks of life can come together. And one of the great strengths of Catholic education is that it invites us to find common ground through shared faith. The Catholic Church teaches us that we are all brothers and sisters in Christ, united in our diversity. However, raising pride flags can introduce division by emphasizing one particular aspect of identity over others. Some students may feel uncomfortable or alienated if they don't share the same views on sexual identity or lifestyle. Catholic education teaches us to seek unity and understanding, not division. Instead of raising pride flags that represent a specific ideology or identity, we should focus on what unites us as Catholics: our shared commitment to the teachings of Christ and our mission to love one another. None of this to say that we should ignore or be unkind to anyone in our school community. Catholic teaching calls us to care deeply for every person. That includes those who may be struggling with their identity or with feelings of exclusion. Instead of raising pride flags, we could show support in ways that are consistent with our faith. We could focus on something that brings unification through Christ. In the month of June, the Catholic Church focuses on the Sacred Heart of Jesus that brought salvation for everyone, regardless of race, gender, and sexuality. Instead of raising a flag that could cause division, we should push our focus on unification, which can cause a real difference. We shouldn't be like businesses where we put up a flag for a month and pretend to care, but as soon as the 30 days are up, life goes back to normal. Through the Catholic focus of June and the loving Sacred Heart, we can use this month to be much more than 30 days of support. The focus of the Sacred Heart emphasizes how everyone should be loved and cared for all the time. This can spark real change by loving and teaching them the apostolic faith. In conclusion, I believe that raising pride flags at our Catholic school would not be in line with the values we're called to uphold as followers of Christ. While we are all always called to show love, compassion, and respect to every person, we also have a responsibility to stay true to the teachings of the Church. It's important that we focus on uniting around our shared Catholic identity with the Sacred Heart rather than focusing on external symbols that could divide us. Thank you for your time to listen to my thoughts, and I hope we can continue to support one another in ways that are true to our Catholic mission.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions to the delegate for clarification? Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation. To trustees, are there any questions to staff? Seeing none. Now we're on to Diane Borelli. Apologies for the confusion last time. All right. When the timer is ready, second. You can proceed when you're ready.
Good evening. My name's Diane Borelli. I'm a mom of 3 children, 1 in elementary and 2 in high school. As a parent, I'm confused what a flag representing one sexuality has any business being raised at any school, let alone a Catholic school. It seems the union trustee and board members have been misguided by our aversion to raising the pride flag. Many of us have gay individuals in our lives, meaning we are not refusing the flag to be malicious. We simply feel that politics, political agendas, and sexuality has no place in our school. We send our children to school to learn. We have children who cannot read by the time they enter high school. This is literally the job of an educator, and somewhere the educators got lost. No one cares about anyone's sexuality. No one cared until you decided to constantly display it in everything that we do. A flag will not save you from a bully, and there will always be bullies. And as parents, we must teach our children to respect everyone, but in doing so, those individuals must earn their respect. As parents and educators, we must teach our children to treat others with the same kindness and respect we would expect from others. And we must teach our children how to navigate difficult situations, as well as determination and perseverance. The only flag that represents all of us, no matter of race, religion, creed, is the Canadian flag. And that should be the only flag that is flown at our school and federal offices. If not, you're showing favoritism only to this group. What does that say to the other groups? Do you have a flag for Black History Month, for Remembrance Day, for every nationality there is out there? We know that they have their month specifically for them. We know the answer is no, and I'm sure you're not about to begin raising a different flag every month. So why so much emphasis on this particular flag, a flag that you know divides people? Just last year, I petitioned at my 8-year-old's public school to have the Remembrance Day flagged, and it was quickly rejected because it didn't align with their public school belief. And yet here you are asking us to raise a pride flag in our Catholic schools, which don't align with our beliefs. The only people responsible for making children feel unsafe, how I feel, is that the union, the trustees, and the board are making them feel unsafe. Let's go back to one flag, the Canadian flag. Let us be proud to be Canadian and respect and treat one another the same way, the same kindness we want to be treated with, the way Jesus teaches us. And more importantly, let's go back to making sure all children have the resources to read, write, and do math and achieving grades they need to go post-secondary. We are short on supply teachers, regular teachers, and principals because they are realizing the political games within the board and they want no part in it. Let's do better and bring back education without the politics. I plead with you today to make the right decision, to not raise the pride flag, and let this be the final time we have a fight on this matter. This constant attack on our values as Catholics is truly exhausting and disappointing.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions from trustees to the delegate for clarification? Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation. The trustees, the staff, any questions? Go ahead, Student Trustee Bailey Klein, and then Trustee Gia Sharma.
Thank you. Through the chair, the delegate mentioned that the Canadian flag represents all of us, but I'd like to point out that many Indigenous people don't believe that the Canadian flag recognizes them. I just wanted to know what we could do about that in terms of raising flags.
The flying of the Canadian, through the chair, my apologies. The flying of the Canadian flag in front of or in schools in Canada is a matter of legislation, and it is reinforced in the Education Act for the province of Ontario. So that is one of the reasons why it is flown. It is also flown because many Canadians associate with the flag. I personally, and I think speak for others as well, understand that for many Indigenous people, that flag is not necessarily a symbol of unity and it is not a symbol that represents them. I would say that the two matters are separate. In terms of what can be done about it, from a legal perspective, at the moment, nothing, but advocacy by and on behalf of Indigenous communities is ongoing to further the understanding that that symbol isn't necessarily a symbol for all.
Through the chair, I think maybe it would be appropriate to consider flying like Mississaugas of the Credit flag, because that is the area we are in, or even like the Every Child Matters flag, as one of the approved flags as well, depending on how tonight goes, for consideration.
Student Trustee Gia Sharma, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, how does the action to not raise the flag impact students' perceptions of their sense of belonging and their decision to enroll in our board?
Dufferin Peel has long been regarded as a board that supports efforts towards upholding environments that are diverse and which foster belonging, equity, and inclusion. We continue to move forward in this regard, celebrating multiple voices at all times. It is our actions and interactions each and every day in our schools which define our commitment to students.
Thank you, Madam Director, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Student Trustee Raheem White, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. Looking at the census data that our board has collected over the past couple of years, the attitudinal outcomes for secondary students show that the highest exclusion rates are for Indigenous, Black, and 2S LGBTQ+ students. And when we look at achievement, it also shows that the lowest marks are Indigenous, Black, and 2S LGBTQ+ students. Is it staff's perception that that indicates a direct correlation between inclusion rates and achievement?
Through the chair, difficult question to answer in the moment. I can take a stab at it. It has long been suggested, and here I will speak Very broadly, it has long been suggested that representation and inclusion are related to achievement, and I think there is good educational research to support that. Unfortunately, as an educational researcher, I can also tell you that for every good piece of research on one side, there are usually some on the other. We don't conduct studies in education that sort of isolate specific groups. It's very, social sciences research pays a lot of attention to ethics. Number one. We are very, very cognizant of the fact that the three groups that you mentioned are among the lowest performing academically and are groups that don't feel included. That is why, in an answer, I believe, to one of your first questions, I mentioned some of the strategies that we put in place. So the short answer to your question is yes. The longer answer to your question is that as a board, but I would say more broadly as a system in Ontario, we know that there's a lot more work that we have to do in that area, and that we feel as a system that that work needs to happen in the classroom with individual students and with groups of students as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, any other questions from trustees? Seeing none, we move on to our final delegate, Shania Samuel. And this will be virtually.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Shania Samuel, and I'm a senator at Holy Name of Mary Catholic Secondary School. Being able to attend a DPCDSB school is a privilege, and I'm grateful to be a part of a supportive community. However, many LGBTQ+ students within the school board share different experiences. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today as I encourage you to reconsider the decision regarding raising the pride flag in our schools. As elected trustees, you hold the great responsibility of upholding the DPCDSB values and ensuring that every student feels safe, valued, and supported. This decision directly challenges the commitments outlined in the DPCDSB multi-year strategic plan, which is rooted in the core values of believe, excel, respect, thrive, and trust. The first pillar, believe, emphasizes human dignity and social justice, guided by scripture, sacrament, and Catholic social teachings. Catholicism calls us to live with love, compassion, and justice. The mission of Christ reminds us that to love our neighbors, particularly those who face marginalization. By visibly affirming LGBTQ+ students, we reflect the essence of these teachings and uphold human dignity in a meaningful way. The second pillar, excel, focuses on helping all students succeed in faith, knowledge, and love. Success is fostered when students feel seen and supported. For LGBTQ+ students, this includes knowing that they are valued within their school community. Raising the pride flag sends a simple yet profound message. You are welcome here. The third pillar, respect, calls us to address and challenge oppression. LGBTQ individuals have faced significant barriers, and our role is to foster inclusivity and understanding. Respect means recognizing and honoring diverse identities and creating an environment where every student feels dignified and safe. The fourth pillar, thrive, emphasizes mental health and well-being. Visibility and representation are essential for students to thrive. The pride flag is a symbol of inclusion and affirmation, helping students feel secure and valued in their school environment. Finally, the fifth pillar, trust, is about building relationships through transparency and collaboration. A school community built on trust listens to and supports its members. By affirming the LGBTQ+ students and their allies, we strengthen this trust and show that our schools are a place of inclusion and understanding. Our Catholic faith calls us to love one another without exception. The values of justice, inclusion, and compassion guide us to ensure that every student is supported and uplifted. Let's strive to create a school community where all students, regardless of their identity, feel safe and included. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions for the delegates of clarification? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your delegation. To trustees, are there any questions to staff? Go ahead, Trustee Bria Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you. I want to thank all the delegates this evening. As a Catholic school board, we need ongoing efforts to promote an education system that champions human rights, equity, and diversity of our marginalized and minority communities. Through the chair, my question is, can staff clarify the amendments made to the policy 8.06 in 2024 resulted in two significant changes with the flags that fly outside the board office and limitations on the flags displayed inside schools. I'm just looking for some clarification on what those changes were, what flags we can no longer fly outside the board office, and the restrictions on displaying them inside schools.
Through the chair, the policy identified what flags are flown depending on the number of flag poles outside. So if there's only one flagpole outside any of our facilities, it's the Canadian flag. If there are two flagpoles, the second flagpole would fly the provincial flag. And the current policy indicates that if there are three flagpoles, which impacts, I believe, 3 facilities across our board, it would be a flag associated with the liturgical year. The policy also identified that flags or symbols can be displayed during periods of observance, but any flags or symbols associated with an observance are there for the observance period only.
Thank you, Madam Director, and through the chair. I'm concerned our policy changes have created systemic barriers. It's become regressive and oppressive. And while there's been a focus on the rainbow flag here this evening, it also prevents us from raising additional flags celebrating our rich diversity of cultures and heritages at Dufferin Peel. Next month is Black History Month. And if a member or members of our Black community requested to see the Pan-African flag raised in February outside the board office, am I correct that this policy doesn't allow that either?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for trustees or staff? Seeing none, I want to thank everyone, all 20 of you, for your delegations for this evening. Especially want to thank the students as well for taking time out the day before your first exam. I wish you all the best in your exams. Madam Director.
Through the chair, we move to section E, which is updates and information reports from trustees for receipt. E1A is the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association.
Go ahead, please. Trustee Sean Xavier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have no updates from the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association from my end. I'd just like to refer to Trustee Luz Del Rosario to see if there's any other comments. Just as a heads up, we did have our OXTA seminar this past week, last week, and from what I've heard, it did go very well. But I'll move it forward to Trustee Luz Del Rosario.
Thank you, Trustee Sean Xavier. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do not have an update. The next board meeting is coming up first week of February. And committee meetings for policy advocacy and budget and human relations are coming up this Thursday. So we're preparing for the financial statements and all that to be presented to the upcoming AGM. Thank you.
Madam Director, I'm getting asked for a 5-minute recess, if it's possible.
Through the chair, might I suggest you finish section E before you
Yes.
do your recess?
Okay,
Just mine.
thank you. All right, yep. So section E2, good news items. Any good news items? All right,
Through the chair, motion for recess?
motion for recess. Trustee Darrell D'Souza, all in favor? We will reconvene at 9:44. All right, everybody, we're back. We have quorum. We're on to H1.
Through the chair, this policy, H1, which is the revised policy 8.06 flag protocol, will be presented by Executive Superintendent Vecchierino and Superintendent Murphy.
Good evening, and continuing through the chair. I am on page 37.
Sorry, 1 second, please. Speaking.
It is. Mr. Chairman, I can't hear anything that's being said by the delegate here because of the noise in the vestibule. And so I'd appreciate we wait for about 30 seconds. Yeah, it looks like we've done it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed with the report.
Sorry about that.
I'm back through you, Mr. Chair. This report begins on page 37 of your agenda package, and I will be presenting the entire report on my behalf and on behalf of Superintendent Murphy. The Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board adheres to the guidelines regarding the flying of flags in accordance with the guidelines for national symbols of the Government of Canada, as well as Regulation 298 of the Education Act, as I mentioned earlier in response to a question from one of the student trustees. These guidelines are in place to guide us as staff in terms of the policies which govern the flying of flags in schools and all of our other facilities. Staff have recently reviewed Policy 8.06 and are proposing a small update with regards to one specific area of the protocol. That is that it was felt that very specifically that section 2.2 of the policy could be made clearer with regards to what could be flown on the third pole in those schools and or facilities that have a third flagpole, in that the first flies the Canadian flag, the second always flies the Ontario flag. What is included in the report is that the third flagpole would fly one of a Share Life flag or a Dufferin Peel flag, such as the We All Belong flag. As is always the case when amendments are being brought forward, an original version of Policy 8.06 is appended to this report, as well as a revised version, which is provided for review by trustees and consideration. Happy as always to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Do I have any questions? I have Trustee Bria Corbett. Anybody else? Trustee Daryl D'Souza. Please go ahead, Trustee Bria Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to staff for the report. I do have an amendment to make to this policy, but I would like to speak to it at the beginning, so through the chair. My hope tonight is that we can build a bridge that unites us in a spirit of acceptance, compassion, and love. Back in June 2024, our board made a decision to no longer allow the flying of additional flags outside our board office. The impact of that policy change has caused significant harm. We've heard that tonight, to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and other equity-seeking groups. And I can't accept that. It has negatively affected our students, our families, and our staff. Those members of our school communities who we are committed to serving. We've excluded flags we used to allow to fly and display inside schools all year. When we remove rainbow flags or other heritage flags, we're not protecting Catholic identity. We're revealing institutional fragility. The rainbow flag doesn't threaten Catholic education, Policies of exclusion do. And exclusion is a strong form of bullying. Our multi-year strategic plan, we heard it tonight from one of the student delegates, guides the work of our system across 151 schools. Strategic planning is one of the most important roles of the Dufferin-Peel Board of Trustees. It's fundamental to ensuring good governance and to building public trust. We are responsible for developing a multi-year strategic plan that is responsive, evidence-based, and which forms the framework upon which priorities are set and decisions are made. Embedded within our multi-year strategic plan are the values: respect, recognition of the human dignity of each person, created in the image of God through addressing the impacts of colonialism and oppression on identities, knowledge systems, and languages of communities that have been historically excluded. Thrive. The vision for mental health and well-being in Dufferin-Peel is for students, staff, and families to thrive through relevant and responsive supports that affirm identities by cultivating a positive sense of self, fostering accompaniment and belonging for all in the image and likeness of God. Our Catholic Board Improvement Learning Cycle goals identifies the pillar of believe, deepen the understanding of how social justice actions are guided by Catholic social teachings and faith development for all learners. The pillar excel, the need to identify and eliminate disproportionalities and disparities, and it articulates the importance of dismantling stereotypes, the impacts of colonialism, anti-Black racism, homophobia, transphobia, sexism, and other oppressions. The pillar of respect, enrich student connection and increase sense of belonging among all impacted by oppression and injustice by uplifting the voices for all. The pillar of thrive, identify and eliminate systemic barriers that negatively impact the success and well-being of students and staff that lead to inequitable outcomes. We have students, families, and staff who are Catholic and identify as 2S LGBTQIA+. We must protect them. We've heard tonight that they experience increasing levels of bullying, harassment, and mental health concerns. Prohibiting these flags from flying outside the board office and removing them inside schools after an observance period ends does not make school environments more welcoming, safer, more inclusive. It doesn't. We had a delegate this evening that mentioned by creating limitations in the policy language that previously did not exist, we bear witness to oppression and systemic discrimination in action. We need to embrace equity, diversity, and inclusion. In Canada, June is nationally recognized as Pride Month. Dufferin-Peel recognizes a number of observances throughout the year, and some of those are associated with flags. June is the Sacred Heart of Jesus, National Indigenous Heritage Month, Italian, Portuguese, Filipino Heritage Month. February is Black History Month. Tomorrow is Bell Let's Talk Day, which is another important day to address the stigma associated with mental health in youth. These flags are important. All of these flags are important because they provide a sense of meaning. It provides belonging. At Dufferin-Peel, we all belong. That doesn't mean only some. In 2024, the new language that we added to Policy 8.06 that didn't exist in this policy before concerns me. It concerns me because it's become regressive and oppressive. It now has exclusion criteria that negatively impacts protected groups, and I don't believe it would hold up in a human rights challenge. Another delegate this evening tonight said, decisions you make here today would save a life. That matters. That should matter more than anything. That matters. I cannot accept that we have students who think it is better to die alone than live with this hate. And it's not hate that some people speak of. It's tolerance. But tolerance is the bare minimum. Tolerance is the bare minimum. Therefore, I'm going to propose some amendments tonight to policy 8.06 because I think we need to right this ship and we need to do it tonight. Our flag protocol, it must allow inclusion of additional flags to be flown outside this board office on the third flagpole as it was before. And inside our schools, our policy must allow the display of additional flags in support of observances without limitations on removing them. So Article 2.2, at board facilities where 2 flagpoles exist, the provincial flag of Ontario shall be flown. Where there are 3 flagpoles at a board facility, the third flag flown may be one of the Share Life flag or a Dufferin Peel flag, we all belong. I'm going to add additional language that says additional flags in support of particular observances shall be flown on the third flagpole and shall be removed when the observance period ends. Article 2.5, additional flags may be displayed inside Dufferin Peel buildings in support of particular observances, and remove the language where such flags are displayed in support of particular observances. Their use shall be limited to the areas of the school or facility allocated to the activities associated with the corresponding observance and shall be removed when the observance period ends. I would like to remove that language. And then Article 2.6, add language, requests to fly or display additional flags is to be approved by the Director of Education or designate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So that's your motion. All right. Are there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, can we have the motion read back, please?
Through the chair. So the changes are for Article 2.2, keeping the existing language and adding additional flags in support of particular observances shall be flown on the third flagpole and shall be removed when the observance period ends. Article 2.5, keeping the language additional flags may be displayed inside Dufferin Peel buildings in support of particular observances and removing the language after that. And 2.6, add language request to fly with the other existing language.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, can I speak before we go into vote, please?
Yeah, we're going to have discussion now. Sorry. Trustee Mario Pascucci.
I'll wait, Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Paul D'Amato-Giovinazzi.
Thank you.
Actually, sorry, before you say anything, is there anybody else that have questions or comments to the proposed amendments? None? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, 2 Timothy 4:1, in the presence of God and of Christ Jesus, who is to judge the living and the dead, and in view of his appearing and his kingdom, I solemnly urge you, proclaim the message, be persistent, whether the time is favorable or unfavorable. Convince, rebuke, and encourage with the utmost patience and in teaching. For the time is coming when people will not put up with sound doctrine, but having itching ears, they will accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own desires, and will turn away from listening to the truth and wander away to myths. As for you, always be sober, endure suffering, do the work of an evangelist, carry out your ministry fully. In this verse, St. Paul tells Timothy that he is to preach the word, whether it is in season or out of season, whether it is opportune or inopportune. In other words, whether people want to hear it or not, we have to preach the truth. We have to stand for the truth. Timothy had to preach the gospel even in the face of opposition, just like today. There is only one truth. The Bible is either the word of God or it is not. If it's wrong about one thing, then don't believe anything else. If it's right about everything, then we better believe it all. It is the word of God. It is truth. It is absolute. It is unchanging. Last year, Citizen Go had a petition where we collected over 16,000 signatures in favor of using the cross and the Canadian flag as symbols of inclusivity. Currently, there's over 7,000 signatures. on this new petition and many, many emails. I've consulted with our local bishops and our local cardinals, and they all agree that the cross is collectively our symbol for inclusivity of all children of God. Last year, I spoke to then Archbishop Leo when I met him at St. Mary's Parish before we went into vote last year. And I spoke to him and I said, Archbishop Leo, I said, our Board of Trustees is going into vote to update our flag policy, and we will only be flying governmental flags outside of our school, outside of our board and schools. And so I asked you for a blessing for our trustees, and he says, yes, you have my blessing. Yesterday, I sent an email to Cardinal Leo's office as well as our bishops. I did receive a response today, and also Cardinal Leo's office has also sent an email to all of our trustees. And in the email, it states, Cardinal Leo asked that I send this communication along to you both, that's the chair and the director, asking that I share the statement made by the Archdiocese in May 2021. He wanted to ensure you were aware that he fully supports the position that was presented at that time. That position is Cardinal Collins, and that was May 4th, 2021. And I'll read a bit of it to you. Parents make a clear choice when they decide that their children will attend a Catholic school. They rightly expect that trustees, principals, teachers, all partners in education will ensure that Catholic teaching is presented, lived, and infused in all that we do. In that regard, the appropriate symbol that represents our faith and the inclusion and acceptance of others is the cross, which is visible at the entrance of every Catholic school. It is the primary symbol of our Christian faith. It draws us to contemplate the generous and sacrificial love of Jesus as he lays down his life for all of us. The cross outside of Catholic schools and any Catholic church, hospital, or institution signals our commitment that all who enter the building are welcomed and loved in their beauty and uniqueness as children of God. Practically, we also know that there are any number of groups working to advocate for many diverse causes. For this reason, many school boards wisely fly only the Canadian flag out of a sense of equity for all. There is a belief among some that unless one embraces secular symbols, one cannot be inclusive or accepting. This is simply not true. Where there are cases of injustice and mistreatment of any student, whether they are bullied or rejected due to their sexual orientation, appearance, race, sex, or any other reason, we must seize the moment, address the situation, and ensure that we lead by example as we foster a culture of care and love for every individual. That truth is perfectly represented in our most fundamental Catholic symbol, the cross. We also recognize that there are times when the presentation of Catholic teaching will clash with the views held by many in society, whether these relate to human sexuality, the sanctity of life, issues of social justice, or other deeply held beliefs. Those who are faithful to these teachings are often ridiculed, mocked, and excluded. Frequently since the time of Jesus, Christian teaching has not aligned with current prevailing opinions. I've also consulted with 2 constitutional lawyers, which collectively state we have all the power in the world to promote Catholic teaching. We are protected by both the Charter and the Constitution. I am unapologetically Catholic, and collectively as Catholics, our religious rights are protected under the Human Rights Code, Charter, and Constitution. The LGBTQ+ community is not our enemy. We all fall short of God's glory. We are not judging, but we are also not promoting. We don't want to outwardly promote because our faith doesn't allow us to. We are called to love all people, whatever their beliefs are. We are not discriminating against anyone. There is only one symbol that should be promoted by a Christian, and that is the cross. No other symbol has importance to a Christian, and under the banner of the cross, we do embrace and love our LGBTQ+ friends. A Catholic school board should not promote any political or cultural beliefs that is not biblical. Everyone has free will to choose, but we don't have free will to alter the teachings of the Bible or the Catechism, remembering that the Bible is the only truth and nothing but it. In the grand scheme of time and of eternity, if we're lucky, we are here for 100 years at most. And our ancestors and family members that have come before us for the last 2,025 years have received the Catholic teachings and the Catholic faith and passed it down intact, unaltered after 2,025 years. Did Jesus get it wrong somehow? There has always been pressure from the world to abandon our Catholic teaching in order to conform to this world. Let us remain steadfast on this journey. Jesus said a kingdom divided will fall. As Catholics, we must stand united in his word. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any other questions? Go ahead, Student Trustee Rahim White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you. We've heard a lot of delegations tonight, and I'd also like to thank everyone who came out to delegate. It's important that our community is engaged in the decision-making processes of the board, and I also want to commend the students who made the sacrifice to delegate tonight. I want to add a perspective to the conversation that I feel was underrepresented tonight. I think it's important that public institutions make rational and data-driven decisions. And as a Catholic public institution, that includes us. To begin, I want to emphasize the fact that this discussion extends far beyond the debate around the pride flag. This is not just about the pride flag. Despite the fact that we all saw that all the delegations we saw were about the flag, that's not the only thing that falls under the policy. If it was Black History Month, like it will be in 12 days, based on the parameters of the current policy, the Pan-African flag could not be raised. And as a proud member of the Black community, as somebody who's been on the Black Community Advisory Council since I was in grade 9, I can tell you that this community wants that flag to be raised. If it was Christian Heritage Month, like it was a month ago, the Christian Heritage Month banner could not be raised. The policy is actively restricting the board from visibly recognizing many periods of observance that reflect the diverse values, identities, and histories of our very diverse Dufferin Peel community. But let's zero in on that pride flag. What does it represent? I asked the question today to staff if they agree with the Government of Canada's interpretation of the pride flag. That red is for life, orange is for healing, yellow is for sunlight, green is for nature, indigo is for serenity, and violet is for spirit. In my very humble opinion, that does not contradict God. The pride flag does not represent sex. It does not represent paraphernalia. If the board were to permit the raising of that flag, what would it signify to our community? Well, it would signify, and visibly so, that the board is committed to ensuring that our educational and workspaces are inclusive, not exclusive. It would send a message to these individuals that they do belong. It would send a message to the community that all are welcome, that we all belong. And why is this an important step? Well, from a student perspective, we're encouraging our classrooms to base our decisions on evidence and data. And that leads to the question, well, what does the data actually show? Based on the Catholic Board Improvement Learning Cycle document from 2018 to 2019, which we can all find on the board website, it showed that an alarming 47% of LGBTQ students at the time reported barriers to their learning based on their identity, the highest of any reporting identity. We heard from delegates today that our job, our primary focus, should be delivering a complete, a well-rounded Catholic education with Christ at its center and with student achievement at the forefront of everything. I asked staff, is there a correlation between how these students are feeling, the rates of inclusion that we're seeing, and their achievement? And the data clearly shows there is some correlation of some sort that cannot be denied. Furthermore, based on the technical report from the 2022 student census, a total of 488 elementary students and 419 secondary students reported a non-cisgender identity. That's 907 students who do not identify with the gender binary of male and female. Imagine 907 students standing in front of us and what they would think of this meeting. The data also shows that roughly 15% of all Dufferin Peel students identify as 2S LGBTQ+. That's 3 in 20. While those numbers may sound small, they're not insignificant. Let's respond to the data. Permit the raising of the rainbow flag. alongside the many other flags associated with the policy and with the observance periods that we recognize. If we're looking for a more tangible first step to showing this community that we care, I'm not sure there is one. This is the bare minimum, the literal bare minimum that we could do. The bare minimum. If we are sincere in making it clear to the community that we all belong, well, all we have to do is show it. And on that note, Mr. Chair, when we do eventually get to voting on that motion, I'd like to request a non-binding recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to student trustee Bailey Klein, trustee Herman Valoria, he had his hand up as well, so I just want to mention that I've seen it. And we'll get to trustee Herman Valoria in a second. Trustee Bailey Klein, student trustee Bailey Klein, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I just want to read an email that all trustees received this morning that supports this motion. The email reads as follows. Catholic schools need to show visible support for 2S LGBTQIA+ students, families, and staff. Catholic social teachings emphasize the inherent dignity of every person, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. The message of Jesus focuses on love, compassion, and acceptance of all people. As a Catholic school supporter, I support inclusion for all of God's children. You are entrusted with the responsibility to ensure board policies uphold the Ontario Human Rights Code. Our schools must be safe, welcoming, and inclusive learning and working environments. Please vote to fly the Pride flag for Pride Month and display them inside the schools without removing them. That's the end of the email. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee Bailey Klein. Trustee Herman Valoria. I think we just lost him. Okay, he comes back on, we'll get to him. Is there any other questions, comments regarding this this amendment or this motion? Trustee Mayor Pascucci?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask those motions be read again. A lot of information's come in. A lot of information's come in, so I'd just like to have the motion read again, all three motions. Well, one motion.
Okay, so can we have the motion read again, please, for all trustees here again?
No problem, through the chair. So it may help if you refer to the agenda. So on page 43 is the policy. And then I will read it along so that you can see the changes, because I know there is a lot. Article 2.2 remains, okay, my apologies, Mr. Chairman. I'll start at the beginning. 1.1 remains the same. 2.1 remains the same. 2.2 remains the same language with additional flags in support of particular observances shall be flown on the third flagpole and shall be removed when the observance period ends. Article 2.4 remains the same. Article 2.5, the first sentence remains the same. Additional flags may be displayed inside Dufferin Peel buildings in support of particular observances. The language after that is removed. Does that provide clarification?
No, thank you for rereading it.
2.6 and 2.7 are also the same.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none. There was a request for a non-binding recorded vote by the student trustee, Raheem White. We go to votes, so all in favor, please stand. All opposed? Has the vote been recorded? Madam Director, since this was a non-binding recorded vote, do we have to vote again as a trustees as a whole, or is that sufficient?
Through the chair, no, you have to vote now as elected trustees.
Thank you very much. So as elected trustees, I'll call the vote again. Yes, please go ahead. Oh, just one
Are you
second.
have you called the vote?
Yes, we just voted. Trustee De La Rosario, what was your vote, please?
Through the chair, to clarify for trustee Herman Valoria, the vote was a non-binding vote. We're now going to indicate what the vote was for trustee Del Rosario and yourself on the non-binding vote, and then we'll move to the elected trustees vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, as clarification, it was a non-binding recorded vote. So if you can please state your vote. Trustee Herman Valoria? Are you for or against?
The amendment?
Yes.
Yes, I'm against the amendment.
Thank you. Trustee De Rosario?
I'm against the amendments.
Thank you.
When I stood up too.
Recorder, Cindy, have you got everything? Thank you very much. Now we are to Trustee Herman Valoria, if you can just please mute yourself. Thank you. We're now going to vote as elected trustees. All in favor? All opposed? Sorry, is it recorded? Thank you very much. Even there wasn't a call for recorded vote on that one though. It's been noted that it's failed. Thank you. All right. Trustee De Souza, you have a motion as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the same board policy 8.06, 2.2, where it says at board facilities where 2 flag poles exist, a provincial flag will be flown. Where there is a 3rd flag pole at the board facilities, the 3rd flag flown will be the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board flag with the logo. Full stop. 2.3 again talks about the same thing, but I don't think 2.3 would be necessary. Everything else is the same.
Did you need Trustee Darrell De Souza to clarify again?
Through the chair, I don't need to clarify if that is the amendment that the trustee is putting on the table. If you just bear with me a moment, there's one other article that would need addressing. So if the amendment is that the 3rd flag pole shall fly the DPCDSB flag, then
The logo.
the logo,
Full
correct?
stop.
Then
But I mean, I just want to make sure that we identify what's on the flag. So it'll say Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board in words and the logo on top. That's it.
The chair, okay, correct. But 2.3, in the change that was made there is that,
You don't need 2.3 up.
yeah, actually you
Mr. Chairman, on a point of order.
could take 2.3 out.
Sorry,
Madam Director.
Madam Director, Mr. Piscucci, he's talking right now. What is your point of order?
A point of order, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Madam Director, the word you just used a moment ago is an amendment. This is a clean new vote, is it not?
Yes, I'm just helping to navigate the amendment that is coming forward so that the rest of the policy is consistent with the amendment.
Now I understand where you're coming from. Thank you, and I
So
apologize for interrupting.
you're correct, 2.3 should be removed.
Yeah, that should be moved. There should be a core.
And then there
or-
will be renumbering.
Mr. Piscucci, she's not answering your question right now. She's answering Trustee Darrell De Souza's.
Okay. I speak now, Mr. Chairman?
Madam Director, please finish your statement, and then Mayor Pascucci can speak.
Through the chair, I'm complete. I'm finished.
Trustee Mayor Pascucci, go ahead, please.
Complete and finished, thank
I have Trustee Bruanika, Trustee Sean Xavier, and then Trustee Daryl D'Souza again. Go ahead, please, Trustee Bruanika.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just with regards to the motion that was made by Polly, the flag, Dufferin Peel flag with the logo, does it have the words "We all belong"?
Through the chair, no.
It's not?
No. What's being referenced here is we do have and have had for some time flags that just identify the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board with the board logo.
Have we ever had one that says "We all belong"?
Through the
Because-
chair, no. We have banners that were created last year that are displayed in all our schools.
And do each of the schools have one?
Through the chair, all the schools have the banners.
Do each of the schools display them?
Through the chair, they've been, the schools that I've been in are displaying them. I see them quite prominent in the foyers.
And I'm in my schools a lot, schools with this board anyway that I represent. Some people think I'm a staff member there, but if we can ensure that those banners are prominent with the flag, it would ease my mind. It won't address some of the concerns that some of my colleagues have, but it would ease my mind with respect to when people walk into the school or they walk by a specific location, they would see the flag and the verbiage. And I think it's pretty simple, 3 letters, what they mean. So anybody that walks by and, you know, instead of "we," it could be "I belong." You know what I mean?
Through the chair, we'll ensure that we follow up with all the schools.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Sean Xavier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, just further to Trustee Ainika's point, he had mentioned about how we don't have a "We all belong" flag, but a banner of that sort. Is there a potential of creating a flag of that sort?
Through the chair, we could take the imagery on the banner and put it on a flag.
Reason I asked that, we had delegations come out tonight from various groups to present, and we know it is not what was wanted by many, but that being said, we all belong, right? We come together, and if we did, I know that this is not, this is further different from Trustee Daryl D'Souza's, but so I don't know if this is an amendment of where we'd have to go. And if it's the will of the trustees, if we went that route, is that a possibility? That would be the first question.
Through the
also-
chair, you would have to deal with the motion that Trustee D'Souza is putting on the floor
Okay.
first.
That's fine. And then through you, Mr. Chair, and my second question is actually in reference to, it might be in reference to policy 2.5, but it's actually in reference to different country flags. When I was in high school, at St. Thomas Aquinas, we used to have every student that was from a different country, it was represented in the cafeteria. And if your flag wasn't up, you would just tell the principal or administrator, and they'd ensure that it's up there. And when individuals came into the school from various immigrant backgrounds and they saw their country's flag, it was a big deal for them. My understanding is now, in a couple of my high schools now, that is not the case. Those flags, those international flags have all been taken down. Is that because of this policy? And what would we have to change on this policy to put back that? And I believe Trustee Daryl D'Souza has something to say to this.
Yeah, to this point, I can clarify. I was at St. Edmund Campion and I did speak to the principal because I know that we used to have different country flags displayed. And the reason why she said it was removed is because they couldn't display the flags of all the countries that the students represented. So it became difficult for them to even get the flags of some countries, as a result of which they said, remove all the flags because it's not fair to some students who are not represented by those flags. That was the only reason why she got them out.
Does that satisfy your question?
Sorry, does staff have a response? Is that the reason why, or is it because of the policy?
Well, there's a couple of things. One is that reason. I would also offer that even prior to this policy being brought forward last year, schools were finding it difficult to keep up with the fire regulations around displaying the flags in the foyer, because technically those flags have to be removed every year, they have to be washed, and they have to be fire retardant. And special equipment has to come in. So as a result of that, schools have looked at other ways of ensuring that they are demonstrating to all students in the school that we all belong. In regards to the policy, it does talk about displaying flags during an observance period.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Trustee Darrell, sorry, John Xavier. Trustee Darrell D'Souza, you had your hand up again.
I think that's all I had to say, and motion that I made, I think it's clear to the staff as to what my motion is, so we'll put it to a vote.
I would ask.
To you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, but I would ask, are you able to reread it, just so there's clarification?
So 2.2.
Sorry, Trustee Darrell D'Souza, sorry, before we do that, Trustee Buenanica?
Mr. Chairman, instead of, would it be a friendly amendment to add those 3 words, the flag that Trustee D'Souza is talking about? Or would it have to be another motion, or, I mean, the banner for me, if the banner works now, then I'm satisfied with it.
Through the chair, every school, every board facility was provided with that banner. They were also provided with some bookmarks and posters for display within the schools. In regards to your specific question around an amendment, I believe Trustee D'Souza is talking about a totally different flag. It's the DPCDSB flag with the logo on it.
With no 3 words in it.
No.
As long as we have the banner in every school,
Through the chair,
we'll check. You'll check.
Yes.
Okay, that works for me. Thank you.
Madam Director, sorry, Trustee Darrell D'Souza, is it possible to get pull it up quickly and post it so everybody knows what it looks like? Because there's question as to what it looks like.
It's out in the foyer.
I'll go for a walk.
I'll go for a walk and come.
We have.
No,
Well,
Through the chair,
before you do that, Madam Director.
Through the
that
chair,
was
for
just-
clarity, are you wanting to see the DPCDSB flag? Because,
Okay, so, does anybody else,
or are
does
you
does
wanting
everybody know what it
to
looks
see the
like?
banner?
Okay, thank you. Please
We're good?
disregard.
Okay.
Trustee Darrell D'Souza, please reread your.
Thank you.
Your
So
motion.
2.2 should read, at board facilities where 2 flag poles exist, the provincial flag of Ontario shall be flown. Where there are 3 flag poles at the board facilities, the 3rd flag flown will be the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board flag with the logo and the words Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board. Everything else, 2.3 disappears, and that's it.
Okay. Call the vote. Okay, so there's a call the vote. So, Trustee Herman Valoria, if you can please, thank you. All in favor? No, do you want to record a vote? No, just all in favor? All opposed? Sorry, Trustee Luzar, you're sort of there in the middle. Yes or no? You're in favor?
Sorry, yes, I'm in favor.
Thank you. Motion passed. Any other motions to this policy? On to H2, policy 4.04 education. Oh, sorry, student trustee Bailey Klein, go ahead, please.
Through the chair, I just had a question. Anyone was willing to motion to include the Mississaugas of the Credit or the Every Child Matters flag in the flags that are allowed to be flown on the third flag.
We're not able to hear the question.
Sorry, can you?
My apologies. Can you hear me now? Maybe, okay. Through the chair, I was just wondering if anyone would be willing to make a motion to include the Mississaugas of the Credit or the Every Child Matters flag in the approved flags to fly on the third flagpole.
Through the chair, procedurally, there has been a motion that was put on the floor regarding the third flagpole that is passed. So in order to consider that in terms of flying it on a third flagpole, there would have to be a rescission of what was just passed.
H2? Policy 4.04.
Through the chair, H2 is policy 4.04, educational excursions. Executive Superintendent Coutino will present this policy.
Sorry about that. Continuing through the chair, the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board supports the efforts of teachers and other staff in planning and undertaking a number of educational excursions and encourages teachers to continue supplementing their programs with safe, caring, inclusive, educationally sound, and justifiable excursions. As part of our cyclical cycle of review, as trustees are aware, we review on a 5-year cycle, or as close to it as we can manage, all of our policies. And part of that cycle of review for this year has called us to review policy 4.04, educational excursions, as well with its associated general administrative procedure, which we refer to as GAP 801. Educational excursions include a wide range of DPCDSB approved activities, such as more local excursions and ranging out to much lengthier overseas excursions, an opportunity to go to sporting events and tournaments, rehearsals, performances. Every one of these is meant to be captured by GAP 801 and has been for a significant period of time. As we update our policies, staff have outlined that GAP 801 required some cleanup, as it were, as part of that cyclical review cycle. And at the bottom of page 46 and the top of page 47, we outline in summary the changes that are being proposed to GAP 801 only. The policy still stands as it is. Because we've tried to capture all of the various types of activities into one overall title, we're looking at renaming the GAP Educational Excursions, the first. We review the different types of excursions for staff so that, to avoid any possible confusion and their corresponding approval processes. We do this for clarity, consistency, and accuracy to ensure that we minimize as much as possible any instance of risk. Third, updates to the request and approval process have been made in light of our current practices as a system, again, to ensure that our school activities are sound and appropriately managed from a risk perspective. We reviewed supervision ratios, as we do on a regular basis, as well as emergency supervision direction to ensure that if something should happen during an excursion, particularly an extended excursion, staff are aware of processes in terms of emergencies. We worked very hard because of the length of this particular general administrative procedure on improving clarity regarding organization and consent requirements. We worked on updating and expanding details regarding documentation more broadly. We've removed outdated practices based on consultation with our legal department and our risk management department. We've looked at consistency regarding requests for approval, especially with regards to overnight excursions, because we know that those are at times more significant. We've also looked at ensuring that curriculum and faith connections are deeply aligned, especially when it comes to overnight excursions. And then, as we always do as part of our overall cycle of review, we have literally reviewed the document to ensure that formatting updates and keeping with our standards are in place. If approved by trustees this evening, this policy would be in place once it's passed by the Board of Trustees at their board meeting. And given the significant number of minor changes, but the importance of these, a special module will be prepared by staff so that when this is shared with administrators, they may refer to that learning module, and it will be shared with individual school leadership through family of school superintendent meetings. As always, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the reports. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we have a recommendation that the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that revised policy 4.04, educational excursions, be approved and adopted as amended. I have Trustee Luz de Rosario who has mentioned that she'd like to move this. All in favor? Any opposed? Passed. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, H3 is the revised policy 1.85, childcare operations, superintendents Mariah and Murphy.
Thank you. Before you do your presentation, it's the unfortunate thing that it is 10:40. I have a motion to extend to the end. Thank you, Trustee Darrell D'Souza. All in favor? Any opposed? Honestly surprised that we don't oppose this, but carried. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, policy 185 revisions begin on page 127 of your agenda. Our board accommodates childcare centers and programs in our schools and facilities. Policy 1.85, childcare operations and policy, and policy 1.90, childcare selection and appointment of third-party providers and related gaps were reviewed. The Education Act mandates our board's responsibility for extended daycare programs for our 4 and 5-year-olds and before and after school programs for our students in the ages of 6 to 12. School boards must provide these services or retain a third party to do so. Child care for children ages 0 to 3 is not mandated for schools boards, but the board does have child care services providing these programs in our school facilities. A review of policy 1.85, entitled Childcare Operations and Policy and Related Gaps, allowed staff to reduce duplication in policy 1.90 and merge the two policies, 1.85 and 1.9, into a more cohesive documented policy. In doing so, policy 1.90 becomes redundant as everything is now captured in the new recommended policy 1.85, with it being named Child Care in Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. A review of related gaps, GAP 720, childcare selection and appointment of third-party providers, and GAP 719, childcare operations, enabled the recommendation of rescinding GAP 720 and retaining all relevant information in the rewritten updated GAP 719. GAP 719 would be renamed childcare operations. We are recommending policy 190 be rescinded and policy 185 updated as childcare in Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Boards, and GAP 720 to be rescinded as it has been rewritten and incorporated into GAP 719 childcare operations. Superintendent Mariah and myself are happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Sorry, Trustee Brunica, do you have your hand? Sorry, I thought you said. So Trustee Mario Pascucci, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question through you to staff. This year, September, there was a number of people who called saying they don't have childcare in their schools, and I know that we don't at arm's length on them. Is there a way of maybe, are we doing a projections in terms of how many we could use, or how many people, how many students could be in a classroom or in, pre, 4, after school or childcare hours? I'm just a little curious if there's any way we can have an idea of saying how many people are waiting for something like this, and meeting their needs, in particular, given the situation with a lot of people working and what have you.
Through the chair, we can do an update on some data we collected back in the fall and put it in issues and events.
Yeah, and I believe that's exactly where it was coming from. The number was substantial, like it was right up there in terms of quantity of students. That brings me to part B of this question. Is there any way we can use some of that data or gathering data about where we can put childcare and what have you within our system, so we can take advantage of the number of students out there and the data it provides.
Through the chair, we'll follow up with that.
Any other questions? Seeing none. We have two recommendations. Actually, sorry, I have a question. I'll pass the chair over to Trustee Anisha Thomas. Is there any way we can use, so just to tack on to Trustee Mario Pascucci's question there, is there any way that we can use our shuttered classrooms if they are in an area that is segregated from, I guess, the rest of our population to ensure that the programs are safe and secure and so on and so forth?
Through the chair, that would depend on a number of things. There would be certainly requirements around what that space looks like, depending on the age of the student. I'm not sure if we're talking about before and after school programs, or whether you're actually looking at childcare programs for students or for children under the age of 4. So that's one thing. Second of all, we would also need to see whether or not, like typically if classrooms are shuttered, it's because the enrollment of the school is reduced, which also means there's probably not a great demand for childcare or before and after school programs in there. I would expect that staff, especially our plant and operations staff, would have been mindful of all of that, especially in the relationships that they have with childcare providers. And lastly, sometimes it may not be a space issue, it's actually a human resource issue for childcare providers, that they were having difficulty finding individuals who wanted to be employed in that field.
So, to you, Madam Chair, I would think that, and you're right, that if a classroom is shuttered, it's usually because there's a decline in enrollment. Is it possible for us to speak to those providers and see if they have data that's contrary to what we have? And the reason why I ask is, and I know that 0 to 3, 0 to 4, the younger age where it is daycare, not before or after school program, I'm pretty sure there's probably some requirements of a kitchen and a washroom facilities and so on and so forth. But if they have data that we don't have, which I would be surprised because our people are very, very good. But if they have a need that they can see, that maybe they can pull people in from other areas, because childcare is childcare before and after school is specific to a school. Maybe that's something that we can utilize our empty spaces, but also help out a broader community.
Through the chair, we can re-engage our childcare providers to have those discussions.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions? Okay, so there are 2 recommendations. The following recommendations are provided for consideration. The first one, that the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that revised policy 1.85 childcare in Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board be approved and adopted as amended. Do I have a mover? Moved by Trustee Sean Xavier. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried. The second motion, that the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that policy 1.90 childcare selection and appointment of third-party providers be rescinded. Can I have a mover? Moved by Trustee Bria Corbett. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried.
Through the chair, H4 is revised policy 7.14, opening exercises in schools and at formal meetings. Executive Superintendent Coutino.
This report begins on page 168 of your agenda package. Through you, Mr. Chair. The Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board is committed to truth and reconciliation in its interaction with Indigenous peoples. One symbol of the commitment is the adoption of the land acknowledgement during opening exercises in schools and also at formal meetings, such as your own meetings of the Board of Trustees. Based on input from the DPCDSB Indigenous Education Council, it is being recommended that the order of tribute at the beginning of meetings be amended, and a number of possibilities are being presented. Our current order of tribute at the beginning of meetings is that O Canada is played, the national anthem is played, followed by prayer, and finally the land acknowledgement. There are two potential additional options. One, which would have the prayer be first, the land acknowledgement second, and O Canada third, and another that would have the land acknowledgement first, the prayer second, and O Canada third. Any changes that may be made this evening to policy 7.14 would also be reflected as is required in Appendix D of your procedural bylaw, because the order of tribute is shown in that document as well. A potential revised policy is presented beginning page 170, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions by trustees? Trustee Gerald D'Souza, anybody else? Seeing none, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you. Now, if I understand right, this policy has 3 recommendations, or 3 suggestions. Am I right?
Through the chair, there is one recommendation with 3 potential outcomes. One would be status quo, and one would be the other 2 that I just mentioned in changing the order of tribute from the current to the 2 potential others that were outlined.
So 7.14 is the board policy, and 2.1 states first prayer, then land acknowledgement, then O Canada.
That is one option through the chair, yes.
So what's the thing is, I can see the draft here, which reads, which is page 173, as 2.1, prayer, land acknowledgement, singing of O Canada, or land acknowledgement, prayer, singing of O Canada. 2.2, for the committee meetings, it says prayer, land acknowledgement.
Through the chair, if I may, first of all, on page 169, that motion would be difficult to adopt because there's all these options there. I think the intent this evening, it was requested that this policy come back for discussion. Trustees, so I want you to disregard the motion on page 169. Trustees can choose to leave the policy alone, which means no one would put a motion on the floor. Trustees could choose to change the order of those opening exercises.
Okay.
And if a trustee wanted to change the order of the opening exercises, they would put a motion on the floor and it would be dealt.
So through you, Chairman, can I? So I would suggest we leave the existing protocol that we follow during board meetings and committee meetings.
Are you done, Trustee D'Souza? Thank you very much. No, there was no motion, it was just to keep it the same.
Through the chair, there does not need to be a motion to keep it status quo.
Student Trustee Bailey Klein, then I have Trustee Sean Xavier. Go ahead, please.
The chair, I'll let others go first.
Trustee Sean Xavier, go ahead, please.
Sorry, it's just in response to Trustee Gerald D'Souza. Is status quo, we're saying we start with the O Canada, then we say the prayer, and then do the land acknowledgement? For board meetings. Our committee meetings we always start with prayer and then land acknowledgement.
Through the chair, this also applies to opening exercises in schools.
Any other questions?
I just need to keep looking at it. You can come back to me after.
Student trustee Bailey Klein, go ahead, please.
Through the chair, I would like to ask trustees if they'd be willing to put a motion forward to change the order to be land acknowledgement prayer, O Canada, have the land acknowledgement first, because the Indigenous Education Council has recommended that the land acknowledgement be first, and as outlined in policy number 34, the Indigenous Education Council must be included in decisions made which affect Indigenous education and Indigenous peoples in the board. Sorry. I would like to request if any trustees would be willing to put forward that motion.
There's been a request put to the floor. Are any trustees willing or interested to take on that motion or that request? Go ahead, trustee Bria Corbett.
Through the chair, I can put that motion on the floor on behalf of the student trustee.
Okay, so can we, 1 second, sorry. Second, everything. Madam Director, since the motion was provided by student trustee Bailey Klein, since the original wording was given to us by student trustee Bailey Klein and it's been moved or put forward by trustee Bria Corbett, who words it now?
The chair, trustee Corbett would word it, and it's
Fine, through the chair. That the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that policy 7.14, open exercises in schools and at formal meetings, be amended to the order of land acknowledgement, prayer, and O Canada. I don't know if that was
through the chair, yes.
sufficient.
That Article 2.1 be amended to the order of land acknowledgement, prayer, and singing of O Canada.
So there's a motion on the floor or discussion, please. So I have trustee Paul D'Amato Giovinazzi. I have student trustee Raheem White. Just writing down his names
And
here.
me too. Me.
Right. I saw student trustee Bailey Klein first. I lose. Anybody else on this side? None? Go ahead, please, trustee Paul D'Amato Giovinazzi.
Thank you. Good evening through the chair. My comment is, I think it is always most important to put God in the first position, especially in a Catholic school system. In the Bible, it states on a few occasions that God is a jealous God, and he is worthy of our praise. So even in the Canadian anthem, I feel it's appropriate to have as an opening as the first for the opening exercises, as it references God keep our land glorious and free, and it also acknowledges the Indigenous community, keep our land, our home and native land. So I would prefer to have always God in the first position, which would be the national anthem or the prayer. Thank you.
Student trustee Raheem White.
Mr. Chairman, and through you, God gave us a land, and I think if we were to make this decision to amend Section 2.1 to land acknowledgement prayer and O Canada, this would be certainly aligning with the board's MISP. We'd be listening to the recommendation of an often marginalized community. And that's that. Thank you.
Student trustee Bailey Klein.
Through the chair. I would just like to point out that I think that it's important that this amendment's made because this was the original way that the opening exercises was. And then this policy was brought forward without consultation with the Indigenous Education Council and changed wrongfully. So I think that it's important that we, I guess, reverse that. to say. And I'd also like to ask for a non-binding recorded vote, please.
Trustee Luz Del Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a point of clarification. The report said, based on input from DPCDSB's Indigenous Education Council, it is recommended that the order of tribute be amended with two potential orders. So this proposed order has already been discussed with the Indigenous Education Council. I just want to clarify that they're aware that they had given us these two options.
I would ask.
Can somebody clarify?
Sorry, staff, it's mentioned in your
Report.
report. If you can respond to that, please, and then I'll get the student trustee Bailey Klein after.
So through the chair, the input from the Indigenous Education Council was that the order be land acknowledgement prayer, O Canada.
Thank you. Student trustee
Okay.
Bailey Klein, go ahead, please.
Oh.
Sorry, before you do that, trustee Luz Del Rosario, student trustee Bailey Klein had a comment to add to your question.
Okay.
Through the chair, as a member of the Indigenous Education Council, we did vote on this, and we only voted on or supported the vote of having the land acknowledgement first. We actually did not agree to having the prayer first. We only wanted it to be changed if the land acknowledgement was going to be put first.
So technically, the only one that the Indigenous Education Council agreed to is the second option. Correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, but as a Catholic school, I think prayer is important for us. We have to remember that God created the land. And for a Catholic school, I think prayer is important. So I'm wondering if the council would consider having our prayer first and then the land acknowledgement and then O Canada. Because right now we have O Canada, land, prayer, and then land acknowledgement. But as a Catholic school, I think it's important that we do our prayer first and then the land acknowledgement and then O Canada. That's just my thought, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, trustee Luz Del Rosario. Are there any other questions to this motion? Trustee Bailey Klein, student trustee Bailey Klein, then student trustee Raheem White.
Through the chair, to that point, God did create land, yes. So I think that's why it is really important to acknowledge that first. I think like we couldn't be here without the land, to put it simply. And that's why we strongly believe that that should be acknowledged first.
Okay, student trustee Raheem White, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you. I attend IAC meetings as the BCAC liaison to IAC, and I want to share the feedback that I heard at the meeting while discussing this topic. The community felt as if it was a slap in the face to amend the policy as it was however many years ago without consultation with IAC. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it was admitted at a board meeting that there was a mistake not consulting them before amending the policy. So I think that the perfect opportunity to reconcile that mistake would be to consider their recommendation. Thank you.
Trustee De La Souza.
You, Mr. Chairman, my understanding from what student trustee Bailey just said is he acknowledges that prayer should be first, followed by land acknowledgement, and then O Canada. Because God made the land, that's what you said, so prayer should be first, or no? That's what I understood. Your recommendation is?
Through the chair, to have the land acknowledgement first.
Trustee De La Souza, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Was land acknowledgement, Ray and O Canada.
Through the chair, correct.
As a Catholic school board, I believe we need to pray first, then acknowledge the land, and then we can sing O Canada. I will not be in favor of this vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Trustee Sean Xavier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is getting late. To you, staff, through you, Mr. Chairman, has the second option or the first option been talked to Indigenous Council about what their perspective was when it came to prayer land acknowledgement, O Canada? Because our initial practice was O Canada and then everything else. But I just wanted to know if were they open to that discussion? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair and members of the Bailey sits on IAC. I think she's indicated that the IAC would prefer to see land acknowledgement prayer, O Canada.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, I guess to student trustee Klein, goes back to my question, was that option even presented or was it even talked about?
Through the chair, the option of prayer land acknowledgement of Canada was presented, and the IAC collectively voted on and agreed that it would be more impactful if it could just be changed back to the original order, which was having the land acknowledgement first.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, would it still be impactful over what the regular practice was? Because the regular practice is O Canada prayer land acknowledgement, right?
Through the chair,
Or-
that's what it was changed to. It used to be the land acknowledgement first.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, what I was just saying was our practice as of now, like today's meeting, for example, or any board meeting that we had in the past month, it was O Canada prayer land acknowledgement. Would it still be impactful if we changed it to prayer land acknowledgement, O Canada, or will it not make a difference at all?
Through the chair, I'm gonna go based on what I have been told at the Indigenous Education Council meetings, and that is that the elders and community members believe that it would not. They only wanted to have the land acknowledgement first.
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
You're done? Thank you. Student trustee Raheem White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you. I just wanted to add that when I was in the lodge listening to the elders talk about how important the land acknowledgement was, after that, on a personal level, I view the land acknowledgement as a prayer. When I listen to it every single day at my school, I think to myself, this is sacred, and it was God-given. That's what I think about when I hear the land acknowledgement.
Student trustee Bailey Klein.
Through the chair, one more thing I wanted to mention is that we have something called in the Mohawk language, Ohanda Garigodekwa, which means the words that come before all else, which is an acknowledgement of the land, which acknowledges everything that has come before us, the insects, the water, the moon, the sun, everything. So having the name Ohanda Garigodekwa, which means the words before all else, it would make sense to have the land acknowledgement first. It would make the most sense that the land acknowledgement comes first, which is why we believe that that is the only exception that, like, the only thing that we would accept. And that's why we wouldn't want to have the prayer before the land acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Sorry, student trustee Raheem White and then trustee Mario Pascucci. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, if I might also add, that perception also aligns with our knowledge of creation, that we were not God's first creation or invention.
Trustee Mario Pascucci.
Mr. Chairman, does this spill also to school council meetings?
Through the chair, the policy Applies to the opening of all meetings across the board.
Good, thank you.
Trustee Anisha Thomas?
Through the chair. Just to clarify, when you were saying that prayer, land acknowledgement, and singing of the O Canada, are you basically saying it would be the same as it is now? Impact that would have, it would be the same as now?
Through the chair, based on what other community members, elders, and knowledge keepers have told me, that is the answer they would.
Thank you.
Trustee Sean Xavier?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To staff, I'm sorry to be asking this, but would it be possible if you could go present to the elders in the group to ask?
So, may I respond? So through the chair, I believe it was November 11th, I attended a meeting of the Indigenous Education Council at which that very question was asked. And as student trustee Bailey Klein said, unanimously, the council did not accept us as a board countenancing any option other than land acknowledgement, prayer, O Canada.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Trustee Sean Xavier. Any other questions? Trustee Greco, go ahead, please.
Through the chair, we doing comments? Does it have to be a question?
Questions, comments, discussion?
Oh, okay. Through the chair, what I will say is, as a Catholic school board, we are committed to truth and reconciliation. And that's important. Truth and reconciliation, it's a process. It acknowledges the harms and it commits to working together to build a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples. There's a number of Catholic school boards that do have land acknowledgement first. I believe Halton Catholic does. And in our roles as trustees, we work collaboratively with our community to shape a vision for the board that's reflective of our community members. We've had consultations with our Indigenous Education Council as well as our Indigenous Student Trustee. And I feel like that's important. The thing that I recall from our conversations was nothing about us without us, which is paramount when you're making decisions, that they're part of the conversation. They can contribute their lived experiences, as well as they are members of our school community as well. Many of our Indigenous students, staff, family members are also Catholic. So I did like the point that student trustee Rahim mentioned about God created the land first. I think that's important consideration as well. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, if you can just have the motion reread, if you don't mind, please, so we know what we're voting on.
The motion is that the Board Bylaw Policies Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees the revised order include land acknowledgement, prayer, O Canada.
So the motion's on the table there. It's been moved by Trustee Bria Corbett. We have a vote, sorry, a recorded vote, a non-binding recorded vote. So there's a request for a non-binding recorded vote. So for all in favor, anybody in favor, please stand. Thank you. All opposed? Madam Recorder, has it been? Thank you. Motion failed.
The chair, you need to have an elected trustee vote.
Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you very much. So let trustees vote. All in favor? All opposed? It's not recorded, you know. All opposed? Carried. Sorry, defeated. Apologies. Yes. Okay, back to the actual motion itself. I just get the motion.
Read the motion.
Sorry, to read the new motion 168. Just pulling it up here. The following recommendation is provided for consideration that the board bylaw, sorry, Madam Director, you had a question?
Through the chair, I just want to be clear that you're not picking up the motion that's in
No.
the report.
Oh, no, it was status quo? Okay, sorry. Does anybody want to make any changes to or accept any of the other proposed changes? Seeing none,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a new motion.
sorry, just wait, Trustee Luzardo, sorry.
Okay.
Madam Director, sorry. Before Trustee Luzardo said she wanted to make a motion. We were
Through the chair,
okay.
she can, because there's no motion on the floor
That's it.
right now.
So she could put a motion on the floor.
That's correct.
Did you have a question? Thank you. Trustee Luzardo, please put your motion forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to change the order of the tribute for our meetings and committee meetings to start with a prayer, land acknowledgement, and O Canada.
Discussion on that? Okay, so Trustee Luzardo has the motion. Sorry, Trustee Daryl D'Souza has a question or a comment.
To you, Mr. Chairman. So this would be a board meeting protocol.
Through the chair,
Starts-
this would apply to all opening exercises in our schools and board meetings, committee meetings, school council meetings, any formal meetings. With the exception of O Canada. O
Right.
Canada, we don't necessarily play at all meetings, but
There
it
would
would,
be-
whatever is determined in this policy in terms of order would apply to all meetings across the board, all opening exercises as well.
There would probably be two recommendations, prayer, land acknowledgement, O Canada,
Correct.
or prayer, land acknowledgement, or prayer, O Canada, or prayer, what is it? I mean,
No, it's either prayer, land acknowledgement, O Canada, or prayer,
prayer,
land acknowledgement.
full stop.
Yes.
Thank you.
You good? Okay. Student Trustee Raheem White and Student Trustee Bailey Klein.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'd like to request a non-binding recorded vote.
Student Trustee Bailey, this is the same? Okay. So there's a non-binding recorded vote request. So the motion reads, Trustee Luzardo, just, if you can just mention it again.
I move that the order be changed to prayer, land acknowledgement, O Canada for all our meetings, and prayer, land acknowledgements for other meetings that do not require O Canada.
Thank you. So that's the motion. So there's been a request for a non-binding recorded vote. So all in favor, please stand.
Oh, right, sorry. I'm so sorry.
And any opposed, please stand. Can we confirm the count, please, when you get a chance? The count. Thank you. So motion has passed. So now we have to vote as trustees. So can all in favor? This is a non-recorded vote unless somebody wants it. Is anybody requesting a recorded vote? Are you requesting a recorded vote? Okay. All in favor, just raise your hand. All opposed? Carried. On to H5.
Through the chair, H5 is new policy 19.02, work schedules for principals and vice principals. Superintendent Strong will present this policy.
And just before you do that, our student trustees are going to do some studying, so good luck on your exams. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, on page 176 of your agenda, the trustees will find a new policy for their review and hopefully approval this evening. This policy is required by the Central Agreement with the Principals and Vice Principals Association. The Central Agreement is in place from 2023 to 2027. There are a number of stipulations that require boards to have consultation with our PVP locals, and one of them does require a new policy be put in place. That policy is before trustees this evening on page 178. The largest change here is that the principals and vice principals work year has now been defined to be 12 months, and they have an additional 15 days outside of the academic year that is now codified in policy. I'm happy to answer any questions the trustees may have.
Thank you for your report. Any questions? Go ahead, Trustee Bruanica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This settlement was between the Principals and Vice Principals Association and our collective bargaining agent.
Through the chair, that's correct. It would be the public board, the Catholic board, and the French boards, as well as their affiliate trustee associations.
Okay, so I'm assuming, because I have heard from principals that they're not happy with this. In all the strikes that I've been not personally involved in, but personally not a part of, but part of, because I was on the other side. The rank and file, if they don't like what the terms and conditions are of a increase or not, depending on what is negotiated, they can vote on it, yay or nay. Am I correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. This is a fully ratified central agreement.
So I'm assuming, does staff know what percentage of the principals and vice principals voted in favor and what percentage was against?
So through the chair, that would have been a provincial vote, and Dufferin Peel is unaware of what our actual numbers would look like.
Provincially, what was that number? Does staff know?
Through the chair, I'm unaware. I can certainly ask Oxta if they'd be willing to release it.
If they could. There's been a tremendous amount of upheaval from staff. I don't think I'm telling staff anything that you don't already know. How many lieu days does Dufferin Peel principals get currently, approximately?
So through the chair, I can say that Dufferin Peel is in the average. I believe we're at four full lieu days, and that is in around the provincial average.
One of the principals that I spoke to said that other boards, and I'll use Waterloo Public as the board, because that's what that person said to me, they get 11. Why is there a disparity? And I don't know if that's accurate or not. I'm assuming it's an accurate number. Can staff, I know staff's not going to know because it just came up today, or I would have emailed it and sent it so you could have had it. But can staff investigate to see, and if it is 11, why the disparity? I mean, there's 7-day difference. It's a big difference. And they can take them 10 days all at one time. So some people, they go on vacation for 2 weeks in February.
So through the chair, there's a number of factors that would have led to something like that. And I would really like to see the totality of their agreement to determine why that would have been an appropriate term to be granted to them. For example, there are PVP local agreements out there that require them to work significant time throughout the summer months in excess of 15 days. Also keeping in mind that the SBCBA, which indicates two-tier bargaining, the Principals and Vice Principals Association did not have a central table until recently. So we are still very much learning across the province what the norms and the averages are. This is one of the first times we're actually working with the public boards with OPC versus CPCO.
Max, could you just move over so I can see Stephanie's face? You know, I mean, she's dodging in between you and Marianne, and I'm doing the same thing. So, you know, and I'm not playing basketball. So, I'll be quite honest with you. I'm not. I mean, this is what it is. Every school board in Ontario is going to go to the 15 days, regardless whether you're in Windsor or Ottawa. You're getting the 15 days or the 15 days. So everybody's going to be working 5 before, 10 before, 5 after, and 10 before, give or take. Okay. Now I use those round numbers because it's easy. 5 and 10 is 15. My bigger worry is that if I'm a teacher and I'm making whatever I'm making at the top level, do I really want to do this? And I know it's significantly more money. Like, I know that based on conversation that I've had with my kids versus the conversation that I believe this number is. But teachers aren't breaking the door down to become vice principal or a principal. And some of the vice principals that we have and are being appointed, they're greener than green. When they go into a school, I wouldn't say it's smooth sailing. There's a lot of our principals that are off for whatever reason, whatever it is. They could be ill, they could have something that requires them to be off. So I get it. It's not just stress. It's a variety of different, could be a variety of different ailments that be what. I'm concerned about this. As we talked about before, I'm also concerned that if I have to go I'm there 5 days later in July, now I'm starting summer school a week later, which some people live for July 1st. When I say live, they live for July 1st. They look at that date, and it's, you know, Principal Freedom Day in some respect. I mean, it is. It's what it is. I get that we have to do what we have to do, but I'm worried of the repercussions that are coming. I mean, I looked at the latest announcement of principals. There's a principal that was at one of the schools of this board that I represent, barely there a year, and is going to a significantly busy, very busy school. And I worry for them, but I also worry about Bruno in June, when one of the principals of this board that I represent, one of the schools of this board that I represent, principal is going to retire. We may not have somebody to replace them. That's my worry. And it's not just that particular school, it's all of the schools that there are people, principals, that have said, when I hit my day, I'm going to give you windburn. In fact, I'm going to leave so quick, you'll be spinning at the door. I have never heard that before. I don't think it's a matter of, I think it's a matter of timing and the situation that we're all in. Not just them, but we're all in. I mean, I don't have to say to our superintendents how much abuse they're getting, whether it's via email, telephone, being told where to go, what to do. I mean, it's a variety of different things. I get it. I get it that we have to do this. I get it that somebody approved it, at least 51% had to approve. So they knew what they were getting into. Did they think that we weren't going to go to the 5 and 10? The staff have any indication on that?
So through the chair, a few comments. Our difficulties in recruitment are not isolated to the administrative classification. Strictly looking at the data from the Ontario College of Teachers shows that fewer and fewer people are entering the profession as a whole. And keep in mind that this was negotiated centrally, and it was negotiated with the Crown, with CPCO, with OPC, and the affiliate French boards as well. So this was part of a negotiated agreement, and in some parts of the province, principals are receiving over a $40,000 raise in recognition of this money. So there was a significant trade-off in terms of the compensatory incentive to codify a practice across the province that varied greatly. I don't believe that you would find out there any terms and conditions document that would have allowed somebody to hit the road and run on July 1st. There are certain activities that have to take place to close a school to ensure that it's properly staffed for the new year. And there were very wide practices about the amount of work that Ps and VPs were doing provincially within the months of July and August. And as with any central agreement, you will have some winners and some losers. You will have people who continue to work more than the 15 days. This is an attempt at the province to try and equalize what's considered workload across the province.
Yeah, I mean, with one of the schools of this board that I represent, I know the principal was in the school because something was going on in the school. Actually, it was going on outside, but she wanted to make sure that what was being done was exactly what the community had spoken to our plant staff about being done. So she was there. I mean, I was there 3-4 days. She was there at least a lot more than that. Like every day, maybe not from 8 to 4, but she was there, 3, 4, 5 hours in some situation. Does that count if something is going on in the school, or are those 10 days now going to be specifically earmarked for something special? Like something that we would like to be done with the staff?
Yes, through the chair, the central agreement does give a little bit of an itemization of the types of work that the Ps and VPs would be doing during this time. It is very typical that in our larger schools, staffing continues until July and also picks up again. So they're still filling positions as people move around over the summer. We have a number of very significant central priorities and system priorities for training, where we're constantly pulling our Ps and VPs out during the school year, leaving these schools staffed in a lot of cases by a teacher in charge. We'll now be able to front load those trainings and have teachers and principals start the school year with those tools in their toolkit. So nonviolent crisis intervention training, de-escalation training and verbal disengagements, health and safety, violent threat risk assessment. These are all board priorities, and we're now going to be able to ensure that our principals are starting the school year with these certifications behind them.
And last question, Mr. Chairman. Stephanie, you said that in some cases, some principals are going to be making it $40,000 more across the province, regardless of where it is. How do our principals align in that from that perspective? Will it be 20,000? Will it be 50,000? Like, do we know what that number is for Dufferin Peel?
Through the chair, I don't have it off the top of my head, but they will be receiving an increase. There's no principal or vice principal in Dufferin Peel that was not financially, this wasn't an advantageous deal for them financially.
It was a financial upgrade for them?
That's correct.
Benefit?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And because staff can check with Waterloo Public to see what Lou days they have and how that works. The reason I ask that question is because it is out there. And if you have it, why can't I have it? You know what I'm saying? And people say, well, if I had 10 days, I could go to Cuba in the middle of February with approval through the superintendent and everything else. But because principals, even teachers for that matter, they're restricted to, this is when I can travel. This is when I can't. If I can get those days and move them into when I can't, then that becomes a different scenario.
So through the chair, I can certainly ask my colleagues in the public board, but I would speculate that when Oxta was presenting this deal to us, they did make direct reference to a number of school boards that required principals to work in excess of 15 days throughout the months of July and August. And if they had such a significant lieu day provision, it would come attached to something else. So leave it with me.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you. The following recommendation is provided for consideration that the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that the new policy 19.02 work year for principals and vice principals be approved and adopted. Can I have a mover? Moved by Trustee Bruno Inika. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried.
Through the chair, H6 is revised policy 1.75 chapels and schools. Superintendent Murphy.
Through the chair, on page 179 of your agenda, the review of policy 1.75 chapels in secondary schools is presented, and gaps 528 and 528.01 were also reviewed in connection with this policy. Policy 1.75 chapels in secondary schools was updated to ensure the language is current in terms of the definitions of a permanent school chapel and the blessings of chapels. The associated gaps 528 and 528.01 were also reviewed to ensure consistent language. The gaps in policies review were done in consultation and direction with the Archdiocese. I'm happy to address any questions regarding the updates that we are recommending to these policies and gaps.
Thank you. So Trustee Mario Pascucci, you have a question? Anybody else? Seeing none, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding chapels and what have you, Superintendent, what are we, through you to, through the director, to the superintendent, what are we doing regarding religious or prayer rooms within Dufferin Peel for the for high school and what have you? Prayer purposes.
Through the chair, there's an expectation that a prayer room or space be provided where a request is made for students of different faiths, but our chapels are not used for those spaces.
That's fine. No, I wanted to understand exactly where it was in terms of where, in terms of the outcome. I understand we were not using chapel, so I recognize that. I also want to recognize that, in fact, our schools are very diverse now, and as a result, we want to meet everybody. We're doing a great job. Just want to make sure we bring it forward. But in light of this context, this is probably one of the best places to bring it.
Through the
while
chair,
we're
we
looking
do
at policy.
provide prayer space when
So I
it's
understand.
asked for other individuals from different faiths.
I understand
but not
that.
our chapel.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's recognized here. That we've talked about it, that anybody who wants a question, we're doing as a community. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we have a recommendation that the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that revised policy 1.75 chapels in secondary schools be approved and adopted as amended. Moved by Trustee Mario Pascucci. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
Through the chair, H7 is revised policy 6.80 co-curricular and extracurricular programs. Superintendent Murphy.
Through the chair, on page 192 of your agenda, we are recommending that policy 6.80, co-curricular and extracurricular program, be rescinded as the policy states the existence of co- and extracurricular programs, but provides no other direction. As such, it does not serve a purpose for the board and so is recommended for rescission. If there are any questions, I'm happy to attempt to answer them.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, we have a recommendation that the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that policy 6.80 co-curricular and extracurricular programs be rescinded. I have a mover, please. Moved by Trustee Thomas. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
Through the chair, H8 is revised policy 719 dress code and school uniforms. Executive Superintendent Coutino.
Through the chair, the report that I will be going through, the very brief report that I'll be going through, begins on page 195 of your agenda package. The Dufferin Peel District School Board recently revised in June of 22 its policies and procedures related to student dress code expectations. These are outlined in the dress code and school uniforms policy, and it's now 3 related gaps. At the request of several trustees, staff have provided minor proposed revisions related to one of the gaps, 50402, which focus specifically on timelines for schools interested in exploring the feasibility and implementation of an elementary uniform, which can either be a standard color scheme or a uniform with set items, as is the case in secondary. At the bottom of page 195 are the 3 minor changes that are being recommended to make the policy easier to implement and for schools and Catholic school councils to follow. I'll just go over them very briefly. We've added an annual deadline for elementary uniform requests of February of the year prior to the uniform, thus allowing the appropriate amount of time if a change were to be brought forward. A requirement that the survey of community interest is open for an entire month. So that results allowing for results to be shared back at a Catholic school council meeting, and a restriction that elementary uniform exploration cannot be revisited for at least 4 years to prevent a particular school community from coming back on a yearly basis with these requests. These small revisions are included in the draft version provided to the report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, I have Trustee Mario Pascucci. Anybody else? Go ahead.
Thank you for an exceptional report. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions relative to this policy, of course, that's what we're addressing. And I see the timelines, but just there's some concerns I have about some of the timelines in themselves. And if you see that's the way it works best, I'll live with what you're saying, no problem. The way I'm looking at it is, and you have it here, captured most of this, is in February, for lack of a better term, from February 1st or from February, ending February 28th, parents should have a school council meeting within that time to say, yes, we're interested in doing a uniform at elementary. Then in March, questionnaire goes out, which should be a standard questionnaire out to every school, whatever. So this way here would standardize, so they don't think we're playing one against the other, et cetera. The questions would be standardized, and of course, I know you have a big background in terms of statistics, so I'm sure you're good with this. Where I'm thinking about is in March, if the answer in February says at that meeting, yes, we're going to go with it, in March, the school community itself decides, we're interested in doing this, and then the principal says, okay, fine, you can pick up we'll get together and discuss things as it works out. In April, we collect all the data, and that's your 4 weeks approximately, and this is plus or minus relative to status, student school use or needs. And then the report back to the parents in May of the year, and basically saying, this is what's happened. We're not going to go for it for the next 4 years because everybody did support it, or it's been supported, and we'll go from there. So I mentioned 3 to 4 years. Do you find that 3 might be too quick, or every 4th year would an analysis be done to request?
So through the chair, I'll try to respond to all of the various questions that you asked, and please correct me if I don't get to all of them. So first of all, we already have a standard survey, so we use only a standard survey when this has come up. Secondly, we have never had a school at the elementary level choose a formal dress code in the way we have them in secondary. So the one school that has a dress code has simply a color scheme. We anticipate that with the use of technology, the timeline that was described by the trustee through the chair is compressed. So no later than February, which would mean that no later than February 28th, the survey would go out. It would be open for a month. We can tabulate the results immediately. It takes literally 1 second. They have to be shared back with the council, but they don't have to be shared back at a meeting. They could be shared back through an email group that the school might have, but they can also be shared back at a meeting. And if the decision is made, providing that the school meets the threshold, if the decision is made to go with a dress code, we feel that the timeline is sufficient to implement it for the following September. We've also consulted with principals on that who felt that it was doable. With regards to 3 or 4 years, that is a change that we could easily make. We could change the 4 years to 3. Happy to take direction in that regard. I'll simply add that very, very few schools, in my 8 years in the role that I am currently in, I think we have had 4 schools actually go down this route. It's not something that happens, maybe 5. I don't want to misspeak. This is not something that happens often. And so a member of the research team is actually able to walk beside the school principal every step of the way to make it as smooth and quick as possible.
Thank you. Something came up while I was speaking to someone in one of the schools that's interested in doing this. And the question is, how many votes does a family get? Is it 1 per parent, which has got its own issues we have to deal with, 1 per child? You've got a number of children. Yeah. What's the best way of doing that? Have you crossed that idea?
So through the
Put you
chair,
on the
we
spot
have
because I
we've
can't-
canvassed principals in that regard, and we have also tried to be as fair as possible. So grade 8 students and parents of students in grade 8 are not included because they're leaving the school, so it wouldn't apply to them. Everybody else, including as we're able to have access to them, parents of kids who would be in first year of kindergarten would have access, and it is 1 vote per family. And that is the process that your own policy has had in place for a number of years. And the researchers are very diligent in supporting the principal who might be interested in ensuring that there are no double entries.
Yeah, and the concern I have right there, Mr. Chairman, if it's 1 per family, what the definition of a family must be established, because a child goes on the weekend to parent A and during the week parent B. Is that 2 families or 1 that's split?
Through the chair, that would be 1 family.
Okay, fair enough. Again, I come back to you. You did an incredible job with us and your staff, and to pick up the nuances. And it's 60% is still where it should be. And I have a number of community looking forward to this document. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Trustee Breer Corbett, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So in consultation with parents and staff, there was some question raised about, so on page 216, 2.1, where we define, ensure that students are dressed in a manner that ensures that their torso and upper legs to the mid-thigh are not exposed. That's self-explanatory. However, this does not indicate anything about shoulders. So for instance, the torso can be covered, but students could wear a tube top or spaghetti straps with shoulders bare. And so there's been a request to have some language, clarifying language around that. At a Christmas concert, there were students that followed this dress code, but parents were feeling there was not enough covered up top. So I don't know if there's some clarifying language we could add, because right now students can wear a tube top that covers their torso, but their shoulders are bare, or even tank top, and they feel it's still too exposed and doesn't adhere to this respect of dignity.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and as trustees will remember, we did a fairly lengthy presentation to you with regards to the letter of the policy and also in some ways its spirit. So I'll try to just summarize. We already go significantly further in Dufferin Peel than some boards that have basically limited the areas to be covered to very, very few. Torso, as it is intended in the policy, does mean that at the very least there is something on the shoulder that holds together the garment, because here I am demonstrating parts of the body like I did the last time, but that at least this sort of area is considered to be part of the torso. To your point, though, we do provide substantive support to schools at the beginning of the school year, and then again in the spring as it starts to warm up, because that typically is when we run into dress code issues. It's not a big issue on days like today. People are sufficient, they want to be covered. It's cold outside. And so the equity department has prepared significant resources for schools to access to also help students understand that language. The dignity of the human person, what does that mean? It's very different if there is a young person in grade 1 wearing something with maybe a small strap, as opposed to someone in a higher grade. So it's very, we respect all, and we are open to understanding that there's interpretation, but we have set a minimum limit with regards to the dignity of the human person. I can say that since this dress code has come into effect, we have not had many transgressions that have not resolved themselves positively at the school level.
Thank you. And through the chair, could we not add some language around shoulders to clarify that? Because I'm providing feedback that torso means I can wear a tube top, and my shoulders are bare. So, and then the students end up on stage in a Christmas concert, and parents feel there is not enough covered. So I'm just, I don't think torso goes far enough, and I'm just throwing that out there.
It's the will of trustees. We can make the change. I would say that, and I don't want to belabor the point, but the interpretation of the word shoulder will also be will also come back at us. I do know that limiting dress options is also seen, we will have pushback, if you will, on both sides, but if it's the will of trustees to add the word shoulder, that can very easily be done. And then we will support it with documentation that would support principals in navigating, because the issue isn't so much the policy, it's what principals have to deal with in responding to concerns from both students and parents.
Thank you. And through the chair, I think principals would like to have more in the policy to support those conversations that they're having with students and parents, and feel that this has been not specific enough. And they refer to the policy, which does not actually provide them with an argument.
Through the chair, let us take the policy back and try and incorporate some of what's being suggested this evening. Give me a second here. I've lost my agenda. The 9th report is safe school policies in general.
Madam Director, sorry, Trustee Bruanika had a question to this
Oh,
point, and
my
then it was Trustee
apologies.
Mario Pascucci.
My apologies.
Mr. Chairman, I've gone through this conversation that C. Corbett just had with a parent and said, who the hell are you to tell me how I should dress my kid? What right do you have, right? I mean, sometimes you just look at parents, and you look at the kids, you know that the apple didn't fall too far from the tree. So what mom might be wearing is sufficient for her, but it's also more than sufficient for the child. Or vice versa, for the father, son, father, that kind of stuff. My worry is that our principals are going to be in another situation of having to defend whether it's right or wrong, I mean, we become now the closed police. And the director had a meeting with us before, talked about dress code, where a young man or a young woman could wear almost whatever they want within reason. You can't have hate, discrimination, all of that stuff. That doesn't mean that they can't wear something that they feel is appropriate just because we feel it's inappropriate. That, to me, is a challenge in dealing with this particular policy. I know that there have been conversation with some principals on this. Not recently, obviously, but I have gone to the school fun fair, fun day, you know, when they have things outside, and some of the clothes that some of those kids are wearing, my kid wouldn't leave the house dressed like that. Yet some parents think it's a great thing, send them out the door. I don't know how we're going to figure that one out, but I can tell you it's not going to be a pleasant conversation. And again, somebody has to have it.
Trustee Mayor Pascucci? Thank you very much. So you'll make the changes in the next meeting? Then
Through the chair,
forward?
yes.
Thank you. H9, Safe Schools Policies and Gaps. Superintendent, go ahead.
Through the chair, there are 7 policies and gaps related to safe schools beginning on page 218 of your agenda package. Recent changes to Program Policy Memorandum PPM 128 required staff to review and update DPCDSB's Catholic Code of Conduct as seen in Policy 901 and GAP 530 prior to the start of this school year in September 2024. It's important to note that some other DPCDSB Safe Schools policies share common elements related to legislation or ministry direction. To ensure consistency of content, language, and formatting across all of the DPCDSB Safe Schools policies and GAPs, staff conducted a review of the Safe Schools policies and GAPs, resulting in revisions to the language. Also of note, Policy 9.03 and GAP 552 do not have current revisions this evening, as they were reviewed in the fall and updated in October of 2024. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the report. Just for clarification, on the bottom of page 218, it says on the third line, September 2024. Is that supposed to read 2025?
No, that is September 2024, that there was a revision of 901 and GAP 530 at that time, and then we further reviewed it again now.
Thank you. Just want to make sure because people were mumbling my ear here. So thank you very much. Any questions? And seeing no questions, there's a recommendation that the Board Bylaw Policy Review Committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that the 7 revised safe school policies be approved and adopted as amended. Moved by Trustee Mario Pascucci. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. On to section I, no additional business, no notice of motion. Do any trustees have questions under section J? Seeing none, there is no in camera. And we move on to future meetings, April 22nd, 2025, and June 3rd, 2025. To anybody who's listening online, thank you very much for your time, and God bless. The meeting is adjourned. We need a mover to adjourn.
I move.
Moved by Luz Rosario. All in favor? Any opposed?